Hear the Fear, a collection of short stories read for you by John Glover.
Some Other Me. After the day we first moved in, it was months before I saw his face. I must have been 9 years old when we moved into that second-floor apartment, the 5 of us, my parents and me, and my little brother, and little sister, who was still just a baby. Neither my mom nor my dad ever called it anything other than home, but as I look back from the more critical perspective of adulthood, I now realize that our building was something less than an apartment building, if only in semantics. It was a tenement. We lived in a tenement, and all that it implied, and at the time, my brother and sister didn't know enough to feel ashamed, but I felt it, that something had changed, and while maybe this new place wasn't wrong exactly, it wasn't right either, not as right as where we'd come from. I remembered the house we'd lived in before my dad lost his earlier job, and all the grass and the trees where I used to play with friends I never saw again. There wouldn't be any more tree houses, ever again, because there was no place to build them. We lived in a tenement now, and no matter which window I looked out of, there were no trees to be seen, and very little grass for that matter, just scrubby, weedy patches that grew up around cans and bottles, thrown onto plots of ground that someone had forgotten to pave. People dumped trash there as though to cover the plots entirely, as though they couldn't bear the taunting sight of something they had so little of. We all lived in tenements, and it was months before I saw his face. Out back near the dumpsters and on the stoop, and coming or going along the stairway, and at the mail slots in the vestibule, it wasn't long before we recognized most of our neighbors. We might not know anything more about them than what we could see in passing, but we knew their faces and the sounds of their voices, whether they were friendly or gruff, or if it depended on the weather, if they, like us, seemed struck down by a run of bad luck and spent part of each day trying to figure out why. His name was Mr. Kavanaugh, and it was months before I saw his face. When we moved to the tenement, it was late fall, winds already icy, and so whenever old Mr. Kavanaugh left his apartment on the first floor, all anyone could see of him was a straight, narrow figure in a tattered coat that hit him around the knees. He would turn up its collar, wearing a hat with the brim pulled low. He would pull his head into this shadowy niche like a turtle in its shell, and off he'd go. He was old, but he wasn't slow. Even when he favored one leg, even when he stumped along with a pair of crutches under his arms, he didn't slouch, didn't shuffle. I'd watch from our window, or hidden across the street, watch until he'd stumped out of sight. He moved like a man with a mission, and his mission was to do his errand and get back inside his apartment as quickly as possible. I had no idea what lay behind most of the doors in those 4 floors of apartments, but only Mr. Kavanaugh's held any mystery, because he never opened his curtains. Even on those rare cloudless days of late autumn and winter, when the sun shone bright as jewels, his curtains remained drawn. I'd walk home from school and see that every window would have its curtains flung wide to the warming light except for his, like eyes blinded by cataracts. But some days the curtains would waver in the middle, and I'd catch a glimpse of fingers retreating through the folds. My parents didn't seem to give him much thought, but that was only because they'd already started going blind themselves, not in their eyes, but in their imaginations. They'd lost the power to realize whatever he was doing in there. It had to be awful. I could hear him coughing, you see. We lived in a tenement, but it was old and solid, and it took a lot of sound, or a very special kind of sound, to carry through the walls and floors. He lived below us, and there would be times I wasn't doing anything special, just lying on the floor or couch, when the sound of his coughing would burrow through the barrier and fill any room I was in. There was no getting away from it. A thick, wet, strangulating cough that sounded as though he were wrestling it, forcing it up through a windpipe that could hardly contain it. He hacked and moaned and cursed. This creature with a face like a cruel, hidden smudge, down there in the dark, where I was sure he spent the rest of his time clanking around with chains and the gnawed bones of kids nobody would miss. Sometimes you could hear it while on the stairway, the sound coming from behind his door. As the months went by, I guess I grew used to it, because I'd pause to stare at that door, curiosity getting the better of my fear, wondering what could do that to a person, yet still leave him alive for so long. Finally, one cold day in January, the law of probability won another absurd victory of awe and apocalypse. We were coming down the stairway, my mom and I, Saturday afternoon ruined by her need to find shoes that I might not outgrow for a while, when the knob of Mr. Cavanaugh's door scraped loudly enough to fill the stairway with its shriek. His door opened, and he stood there as though caught in some unnatural act, hidden in his usual garb. But that wasn't what mattered. I'd been granted a rare look beyond. I saw past him, into a slice of what must have been his living room. There were no chains, only a cramped den of furniture dulled with the need to be dusted, and wallpaper, and air the color of dried tobacco leaves. But then my attention was caught by that other thing, half blocked by the edge of his doorway. So I couldn't see how much of the far wall it covered, but it was enough to fill me with dread and curiosity that prickled from groin to throat, because here was something I hadn't anticipated. My blind mother had me moving again as she gave Mr. Cavanaugh a cheerful hello and out on the stoop, before he could follow into earshot. She chided me. "Don't stare at him," she said. "He's just a poor, sick old man who doesn't have anybody in the world." My brother turned 6 years old a couple of months later, as spring threatened to return any day now, but hadn't quite made it, as though its cloak had caught on a nail, and it could only tug futilely. We still called him Paulie, but he was starting to chafe at that. A kid's name, after all. And while I called him Paulie twice as often now, I secretly welcomed this new maturity. In our old neighborhood, he'd been a pesky dwarf, but here he was showing signs of being a real person, and so far I hadn't made any friends. He was determined to solve the mystery of Mr. Cavanaugh with me, and that April I could tell him to sit by the front window and watch until he saw the old man moving down the street, and he'd do it. Just the most diligent little sentry you've ever seen. Paulie would come get me then, and for the benefit of either parent who may have been watching, hold his nose high with his neck as limp as a dandelion stem, wobbling his head so anyone could tell he was bored silly, with nothing to do, half dawdling, half zooming to inform me that our chance had come. Again. We'd bundle ourselves against the stubborn chill and creep outside. "Maybe he left his curtains all the way open," Paulie would say every time. "Bet you he did." Alongside the building's foundation, I'd lace my fingers into a stirrup and give Paulie a boost up to window level. He'd cup his hands around his eyes and try to peer through any gap between or beneath the curtains. And a few times there was cause for hope. "I can see them," he would report in a squealing whisper. But he couldn't furnish any details I didn't already know, so I'd let him down and brace him against the wall, climbing onto his bony back and chinning up to the window to look for myself. I wouldn't manage any better than Paulie on details, but this stolen sight was more captivating somehow, more ripe with terrible promise than the view I'd had through Mr. Cavanaugh's open door. With the street sound so near, this was like peering into another world, another time, silent and mysterious. On a rack of shelves that reached across one wall stood many dozens, if not hundreds, of jars. Some were tall and narrow, others wide-mouthed and squat, and while my view of them was gauzy through the window and screen and dim brown light, none seemed empty. But I couldn't make out what they held. In some, things floated in cloudy liquids or had sunk to the bottom. Others wouldn't have seen moisture in decades. That's how old they looked, whatever they held as dry as a desert. There were labels on most, curling at the edges, the paper and brittle tape gone the same yellow as I'd imagined the old man's toenails to be. I would stare as long as I could, clinging to the windowsill, until Polly began to tremble under my weight, or, less often, a loud, insane woman in the adjacent building threatened to call the police on us, and then we'd either walk or run away, depending. Then we'd hide ourselves and laugh and shudder and speculate on the contents of those jars, proposing new theories or repeating old favorites. We never ran out of ideas. The jars came from all over the world, inspired countless grotesque scenarios. They would invade our sleep. In the room we shared, one of us would awaken with a start and make sure the other was still breathing, whenever we weren't trying to cause a heart attack by plopping wet socks on each other's sleeping faces, like something escaped from its glass prison. And now, many years later, I'm glad we had this shared dread to bring us together, because Paulie was my brother, and it's only in our fears and dreams that anyone truly comes to know the real anyone else. I knew him better because of it, even though he was just 6 years old, and never saw 7. Not even 6.5. Even today, I find myself wishing that Paulie had gotten sick instead, that he'd lain in a bed and the rest of us, even my tiny sister Lindsay, who was learning to walk, had clustered around him and fallen wailing into each other's arms after his last breath. That way, we might have steeled ourselves for it. And yes, the anticipation would have been torture, but there's no less cruelty to the survivors in the terrible abruptness of accidents, and maybe even more. We could have told Paulie we loved him one last time. We could have stood together in our rage. We could have blamed God. Instead, they had me. The next day my mom told me she was sorry. She hadn't meant it. And by then my dad had already told me the same thing, in case she never did, I guess. But I couldn't believe them now. Not a word they said. You can't look into your mother's face and see it that tear-stained, that frightened, that maniacal with grief, and believe anything other than what she's saying are the truest, most unfiltered words she's ever screamed. What did you think you were doing up there? Answer me. You had no business up there. Answer me. You might as well have taken him and thrown him off yourself. It hadn't seemed that way at the time, but once she got me thinking about it, I knew she was right. Because it was spring, finally, genuinely, we no longer needed our heavy jackets. We still missed the trees, but realized maybe we could make do. We didn't have trees, but we had roofs. We climbed the fire escape on the back of the building, which had long been a particular temptation, but the frozen winds had made it less inviting, while now the warm breezes seemed to push us right to it. We carried a ball up with us. First, we took in the sights, all the points of the compass, a panorama of new horizons from our black tar mesa. We saw buildings we never knew existed, people we could have spit on. I was a king, and Paulie a prince, and the world below, there to serve us. Inside, outside, on grass, on asphalt, we'd done it 100 times. Your basic dodgeball game for 2. 1 point scored for a hit, none for a miss, 1 point lost if the other guy caught your throw. I usually tried to make it sting. As big brother, it was my right. Soon, after a fling when I banged my knee against a steam vent, I looked back up and didn't see Paulie anywhere, gone from the spot he'd been in just seconds earlier, and the first thing I thought of was school. We'd been studying big birds, and it was as though some giant condor had swooped down and carried him off, and I'd missed the whole thing. And for the first few minutes, I think that was what I decided to believe. It happened exactly that way, except the condor had dropped him. Our neighbors were very kind and brought lots of food, and some of the women made offers to babysit, and the day before the funeral, there came a knock at the door, and when my dad opened it, there stood Mr. Kavanaugh, without his coat and hat, a crutch under one arm, and a plate in the other hand. It was the first time I'd really seen his face. A creased old thing you knew had been lived in for a long time, but even so, it didn't droop. Just settled there, snugly across his skull under a bristly thatch of iron-gray hair. "I'm very sorry for your loss," he said, left the plate in my dad's hands, and thumped softly down the stairs. My breath froze as we uncovered the plate, but it only held cookies, not store-bought either. I ate one, and it was warm from the oven, the chocolate chips half gooey, and ate another, because if they were poison, I wanted to be the first to go. I deserved it. But I didn't even get sick. So he did know how to make pretty good cookies. And that night when I heard him coughing down there, for the first time, I felt sorry for him. It was toward the end of the school year when a long-standing feud boiled over and sent me home bloody. The kid with the fists had taken a quick dislike to me not long after we'd moved and I'd started in this different school with the textbooks that looked as old as Mr. Cavanaugh's wallpaper. He hated me mainly for smarts, but had never really acted on it until now. It wasn't fair, because if he knew how my papers were being graded now, instead of months ago, he'd see we weren't really that far apart anymore, that he was beating on an undeserving innocent, because those higher grades had been earned by some other me that we'd both lost track of. If on my way home I'd been paying attention, maybe I would have noticed a hand pulling back from Mr. Cavanaugh's curtains, but I wasn't and didn't. I trudged through the vestibule and was 2 stairs up before seeing him standing in his doorway. "Let's do your poor mother a favor, why don't we?" he said. "Let's not let her see you looking this way." By now I was satisfied he wasn't a cannibal, plus I'd been losing weight, so there was less of me anyway. I'd already braved the worst a few weeks ago, committing the once unthinkable act of knocking on his door after my mom had sent me down to return his plate with a thank you note. So I went into that uncharted territory of his home, and it wasn't as alien as I'd thought. Just a few musty old smells was all. After I washed away the blood and grime in his bathroom, Mr. Cavanaugh inspected my face and elbows and a knee that had gotten it bad through a fresh hole ground out of the denim. He doctored me with cotton balls sprayed with Bactine. It stung, but the fresh, clean medicine smell reminded me of bug bites and summers past. "Well, that's about the best we can do," he said, and I could tell he'd been hoping for better. "We're not going to be able to hide those scrapes unless we paint you." I didn't say anything, just looked at the bathroom floor. "The other fella," he said, graver now. "Did you get a few licks in on him, too?" I shrugged, because everything I'd done had seemed to bounce off. Then it all came back at me, the fists and how much they'd hurt and the helpless rage. I started to fight the tears and lost that one, too. Mr. Cavanaugh pretended not to notice. "I was going to pour you some lemonade," he said. "Probably take me a few minutes to make it." He left me alone until I'd gotten it all out of my system and dried my eyes. When I came out of the bathroom, he was standing at the kitchen sink, his spoon clinking inside the pitcher as his arm moved in slow circles. "There's good timing," he said. "It's just now ready and poured." I drank it gratefully, the coldest, sweetest drink I'd ever tasted, and carried the glass into the main room where I was drawn to what I'd deliberately been ignoring until now, the jars. I was finally seeing them up close, racks and racks of them in no order I could make out, clear glass with their pale murk and dusty lids and jaundiced labels. Nothing here the sort of thing you'd ever dream of eating, although some jars held bits of things that once might not have been shy about eating you instead. In one of the largest lay the inert green coils of a snake with 2 heads branching from the same body. The faded ink on the label read, "Corbin, Kentucky," with a date over 20 years before. Even older was the tiny pig's head in another. Older still, a pale gray mass of spongy, fibrous tissue, crowned with a cup as big around as a $50. When I picked it up, a cloud of particles stirred, like I'd shaken a snow globe. But snow globes never made me queasy. That's a sucker off an octopus tentacle, washed up on the beach in Fort Lauderdale. That's in Florida. The whole octopus? I said. Nah, just the tentacle. Probably got bit off by a whale way out to sea. 20 feet of it if there was an inch. Thrilled and horrified by the idea of actual monsters rising from the watery dark undertow of my imagination, I continued the search, more eager with each new discovery, sunk in preservative or rattling loose and dry. Eyeballs and shark's teeth, backbones and claws, arrowheads and seashells, a centipede as long as a wiener, a huge slug the same bright yellow as a banana, a scorpion, and the brain from a monkey's skull. And most pitiful of all, a tiny hairless kitten with a fifth stunted leg jutting from its shoulder, and a ragged bite chewed from the back of its neck. Its mother did that, he explained. A mother cat'll do that when something's wrong. Why? I whispered. Doesn't she love it? I guess she loves it too much to let it grow up the way it is. It's a mercy to them in the long run. This bothered me greatly, because I felt sorry for the tiny newborn, never having a chance, never seeing anything of its world because it had been killed before its eyes opened. And then I couldn't help but think of Paulie, and my part in that. I might as well have bitten away the back of his neck myself. Mr. Cavanaugh said, "Maybe you shouldn't see these today." Oh, but I had to. They tantalized me for so long that I couldn't turn loose of them now. I owed it to Paulie to see them all, no matter if they repelled me as much as they drew me closer. While most had labels, not all of them did. And for some jars, labels weren't necessary to know what they held, like the grinning monkey's skull that had donated the brain. But for others, I had no clue. Several held glazed, dried-out curls of what looked like jerky, and others what might have been the same thing, only fresher, in thick, irregular shapes. Others held bugs with lots of legs, but I couldn't have said what kind, and neither could he. "This whole collection," he said, "I've been accumulating it for more than 40 years. I guess that's even longer than your folks have been around." I nodded, but didn't ask why he'd been doing it, because this never occurred to me. Why is a question for 5-year-olds. When you're 10, you're focused on why not. It seemed perfectly natural to me that somebody, somewhere, would collect things like this, and I just happened to live upstairs from one of them. I was lucky. When I was 10, I didn't know anything of statistics. My world wasn't big enough to need them. But now I know that more than half the couples who lose a young child split up eventually. I think I can even understand how it happens. Paulie was gone, and nothing was the same. Before, everything had been so balanced, each of us like one of the 5 points of a star that connects with every other point so that the whole structure is enclosed and protected. Now Paulie was gone, and everything felt weak and exposed and out of balance. Sometimes when nobody suspected, and they never did because in my own way I'd become invisible, I would watch my mom and dad and the way each of them acted around Lindsay. My little sister had learned to walk and was up to talking now, but they behaved as though she'd regressed and needed help again. My mom would follow her around constantly, scarcely letting Lindsay out of her sight, and when she'd lose track of her for a minute, rush to scoop her up and clutch her tight and tell her never, ever run off like that again. My dad would follow her with his eyes instead, and whenever Lindsay's short legs took her near the edge of a table, for example, his breath would lock in his throat, and his hand might slowly crumple the outer columns of the want ads he was reading, and he wouldn't even realize it. I came home one day to find the floor covered with sawdust because he'd taken a file and rounded off the corners of all the tables and now was smoothing them with sandpaper. After he tried to restain the raw wood and couldn't get it to match, he and my mom got into a fight that lasted a week because she said he was ruining the last nice things we had, and he said he'd choose that over a daughter with a split skull any day, and my mom accused him of accusing her of not being able to protect her own daughter. They'd say just about anything in front of me now, because I was invisible, and they didn't notice whether I was around or not. I figure I might as well not be. I roamed some, but more often stuck close to the building, hanging out on the fire escape, or with Mr. Cavanaugh. He didn't seem to mind. I'd come in and gravitate toward the jars and ask, "Anything new?" And he'd chuckle to himself and tell me he was too old to track down anything very interesting. Then he'd hold up a jar in his hand, examining what was inside, and I'd pretend to, but examine him instead, his gray hair and creases, and think, people look like this someday. Dad will look like this. I liked being there because Mr. Cavanaugh really did see me instead of through me, but didn't expect anything. We didn't have to talk, but if I wanted to, then he would. "Did you ever kill anything to put it in a jar?" I asked one summer afternoon. First, he told me he didn't remember, then mused over it and said, "The starfish. I think that was probably alive when I put it in, but it would have died anyway." "Did you ever have to throw any away? Like you had something for a long time, but then it fell apart, so you had to throw it away because you couldn't even tell what it was anymore?" He nodded immediately. 2 years ago, I dropped my jellyfish. It wasn't any good after. Just made a big son-of-a-bitchin' mess. Then one day, I got around to asking him if he'd ever killed anything that he didn't put in a jar. "Hunting or fishing, you mean?" he said. And I nodded, then said, "Or anything bigger, like people." And he stared at me. "Why do you want to know a thing like that?" he asked. So I tried to tell him, without really telling him, wondering how it had affected him, if he still had the same friends after, or if they didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. He watched the floor for a long time, then told me how he had and how long ago it had been, and I said, "Oh, okay, World War II. I've heard of that, and I knew it wasn't the same thing at all." What I really wanted to ask was if he ever thought of killing somebody, but I could tell he didn't want to talk about this, and even at 10 I couldn't blame him. I felt awful about it myself. It wasn't that I wanted to hurt Lindsay as much as I'd been wishing she'd never been born at all. I'd look at cleaners and bug sprays in the cabinet and wonder what they'd do to her. I knew how wrong it was to think it, so I'd shut myself in my room and punch myself on the shoulder until it got red and sore, and pretty soon it would be bruised, and for the next few days, if I still needed to punish myself, all I'd have to do was press it hard. The more I visited Mr. Cavanaugh, the more I got used to his coughing on the days he had his attacks, and it wouldn't scare me so much as to make me wince at the power of it. That had to hurt. On the worst days, he wouldn't even let me stay. He'd hobble into the kitchen and grab a dish towel and clamp it over his mouth. His face would turn deep red, and he'd choke out what were almost words, furiously waving at me and then at the door, once grabbing me by my sore shoulder and pulling me there himself when I wasn't moving fast enough. The door would slam behind me, and I'd hear the click of the lock. Then his gruesome hacking would fade away as he went lurching back toward the bathroom. As the months passed from summer to autumn to winter again, and my parents got worse and Mr. Cavanaugh got no better, I began to wonder if it was my imagination that his collection of jars was growing, even though he always denied it. Every week or two I was sure there were more, although I couldn't find anything I didn't already recognize, even if I didn't know what everything was. I decided to test this theory by finding out how many there actually were, and one day after school I counted them. I'd make sure he was distracted first, telling him we should listen to his stereo. He had these records of organ music he liked, and I did too. They weren't anything like hymns. They didn't make me think of church at all. Low notes swirled like dark clouds, higher notes stabbing in and out like cries for help. Mr. Cavanaugh would lose himself in their desperate, melancholy pace, the rhythm like a train he was riding far away from our tenement. That first time, I counted 162 jars. A week later, it was the same, and the week after that, the count went up by 1, but I allowed I might have been wrong before. But by the time I counted 166, I knew I couldn't be off by that many. So I had him fix hot cocoa for us, and while he was busy at the stove, I'd methodically lift up each jar. Anything with a clean circle beneath it had to have been there for a long time, while any jar sitting on top of dust was probably new. Slowly then, while his spoon clinked in the pan, the pattern began to emerge. None of the newer jars held anything I recognized. None were labeled with contents or location, but some of the old dusty ones that had similarly puzzling contents had been dated. The oldest of these, the ones that had reminded me of beef jerky, dated back nearly 30 years. The newer jars held fresher specimens, sometimes floating in preservative, sometimes not. The textures may have looked the same, but their colors varied, pinks and grays, and before I knew it, I'd slipped one of the new jars into the pocket of my winter coat. I knew he'd never miss it, because there were a lot of them up there. "Do you like marshmallows?" he called out, and I said that I did, feeling guilty for tricking him like this. But there were so many secrets in our family now. It was a relief to concern myself with somebody else's for a change. The main things I remember my parents telling me during those months were prohibitions. I was never to discuss family matters with anyone, whether friend or relative or stranger. Never to take Lindsay up on the roof. Never to change Paulie's side of the room we'd shared. After all this time, it remained the way it was the day he'd fallen, like a museum exhibit that I was supposed to live in but not touch. The worst of it was the stuffed clown that sat against the pillow of his smelly, half-made bed and leered at me all night long, holding its fat hands wide as though scheming to wrap them around my throat. I didn't dare drape a shirt over it at bedtime, because I'd done this once, and my mom had me write 500 times that my clothes didn't belong on Paulie's furniture. She had a snapshot of the room in her mind. Any deviation caught her eye. Sometimes I thought I could feel Paulie there, still. Maybe because by holding on to the room, we were holding on to him as well. Maybe this was why I'd stolen the jar. I'd brought it into the room and hidden it beneath my bed, and that first night set it on the table between the two, a present or a trophy. That I wasn't sure what it held made it that much more valuable. We didn't have to be afraid of it anymore, or the old man I'd taken it from. Late that night, after the light was out and I'd quit trying to fall asleep, I heard a tiny tapping, totally without rhythm. First I thought a mouse was in the room with me, or at the window, but the more I listened, the closer it seemed. I turned to the jar, and in the cold moonlight coming through the window, saw that the meaty little thing inside was clinging near the top, making a noise against the metal lid. It would flex like a slug, thickening in the middle and pushing itself forward as it slid around the rim of the jar, periodically testing for weak spots. I watched it a while, but when I turned on the lamp, it froze, then let go and fell to the bottom with a plop. It lay there, playing possum. I stared at it, daring it to move. But before it would, a voice from the hall yelled for me to turn out my light unless something was wrong. I left my fingers on the switch for a minute because I couldn't make up my mind, then did as I was told because that was easiest. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. It's only in our fears and dreams that anyone truly comes to know the real anyone else. In that spirit, I can say I knew Mr. Cavanaugh better than anyone because he feared death. Often the things we've been and things we've done leave a burden inside us. And when death becomes as real as an old friend planning a visit, we dream of more days to pay for the past, a little at a time instead of all at once. The winter was cruel that year, and Mr. Cavanaugh spent too much of it coughing. He grew weak enough that it would have been dangerous for him to run his errands. I did them for him, a figure growing taller and straighter, leaning into the wind as I moved down the street, hidden in an old coat inherited from my dad, as I picked up groceries or deposited an occasional check in his bank. From the couch where he lay, Mr. Cavanaugh would give me $1 bill every time, and I knew he didn't have it to spare, but he insisted. "Go on, take the damn thing. Where am I going to spend it?" he would wheeze. "And don't you say one word to your folks. You hide it and do whatever you want with it." Sometimes I suspected he was sending me on extra errands just to give away more dollars, without it seeming like he was raising my rate. But when he started giving them to me for listening to his records with him, then I really felt awful and wanted so badly to admit I'd stolen that jar and whatever it held, even though it seemed to have died, but I couldn't bring myself to confess. "Are you going to die?" I asked one day, point blank, because I didn't know any better. He was all watery eyes and gray whiskers on wilted cheeks. He didn't blink. "Don't worry, it's not catching." "But are you?" "I suppose I am," he said, then struggled to sit upright on his couch. When he was up, he gazed across the room at the jars for a long time before shaking his head. 40 years to put that together. Sure doesn't look like much now, does it? I told him that I really liked it, and had seen things there I'd never seen anywhere else. He tried to smile at this, then said he'd once thought his collection would help him to understand and appreciate life and its diversity, but it hadn't really. He said he didn't understand anything and asked if I'd put on a record. Mr. Cavanaugh started coughing halfway through, and it was a bad bout. So bad it got him moving when not much else had. I tried to help, but with a rag over his face and his eyes squinched shut, he furiously shook his head and forced me out the door. I stood out in the chilly hall listening for the click of the lock as usual, but it never came. I waited for a minute, then crept back in, because what if he needed an ambulance this time? From the bathroom came the sounds of his sickness. I followed them back, taking careful steps while the organ music covered any trace of them, and while I was able to peer around the edge of the doorway, I saw him bent double with his mouth over a jar clutched in both hands, his back heaving in violent spasms until he coughed out a glistening clot of tissue. It sat on the bottom of the jar, stringing threads of sputum. Mr. Cavanaugh drew a ragged breath of relief and cursed before screwing the lid on the jar. He saw me then in the doorway, and when he realized I'd been watching, his face turned red again and full of shame. He gritted his teeth and shoved me away with the padded end of his crutch. "Don't you ever come back down here again," he said, then used the crutch to slam the bathroom door in my face. He didn't live long after that. More than a week went by. Then I realized I hadn't heard him coughing for at least a couple of days. When I went down to check, my knock went unanswered, but the door wasn't locked. I'd left it that way. I found Mr. Cavanaugh on the couch and spoke to him because I couldn't tell if he was dead or only sleeping. And then I tried to shake him awake. With one hand, I grabbed his shoulder, and the other I braced against his chest. But with the second good hard shake, his whole chest collapsed beneath my hand, skin and bone and shirt buckling in as though I'd broken through a pie crust, and there was hardly any filling left at all. At least that's the way I remember it. Over the next few days, everyone learned that his name wasn't really Cavanaugh, and that more than 30 years ago, he had killed his wife in a distant state and town, then disappeared. I couldn't say he didn't, but all I could remember was how nice he'd been to me until the end. So I came to the conclusion that whatever he'd done had been done by some other Mr. Cavanaugh, and he'd carried it with him, paying for it a little bit at a time. Guilt, I have learned, eats like a fiend. Several years ago, when my daughter was born, I watched her through the nursery window and made more pledges than I could ever keep in one lifetime. How I was going to do everything so right. It soon seemed that I had turned this into an all-or-nothing proposition. She wouldn't have any recollection of me now, I don't think. I look at the picture of the toddler she was the last time I saw her, and wonder if she'll learn to forgive this inexcusable absence I've imposed on her past, present, and future. We are phantoms to each other, haunted by memories that don't exist. In most ways, Polly is more real to me than she is, and not a year goes by that I don't think of something he would have just done had he still been alive. A graduation, a job, a marriage, a kid who'd be a cousin to my own. This year he probably would have lost his first few hairs in the shower drain. Not a month goes by that I don't wonder how different things would have been for everyone if Polly had never died. Sometimes I believe there used to be some other me who was supposed to have lived. And goddamn, I killed him too. But the rest of the time, I know better. I feel him deep inside, tearing his way through until there's a tickle at the back of my throat, as day by day he loosens the ties that bind. Reunion. Gary Palomeri was in the bedroom knotting his tie when the doorbell rang. He cursed and spun toward the living room as the doorbell sounded again. He was already running late, and he had an important meeting today at work. Gary strode through the plush living room of his modest home. He hoped it wasn't another goddamn Jehovah Witness peddling tracts like last week. If it was, there would be hell to pay. He opened the door. The man standing at the doorway wasn't immediately recognizable. It wasn't until he offered a half-hearted smile and said, "Hey, Gary," in that thin, reedy voice that Gary made the connection, and the connection was bad. It was Art Levine, 8 years older than Gary had last seen him, but looks could fool you. Art looked closer to 50 than he did the 40-so years he probably was. He was thin, dressed in ragged blue jeans with holes in the knees, a filthy white T-shirt with a ratted flannel shirt over it. His blonde hair was still long, although now he was losing it heavily along the top of his head. It was a tangled mass. His face was heavily lined with age caused by stress and too much booze and drugs. Only his eyes retained any sense of the free spirit he had once been. Despite the haunted look about them, they still retained that glimmer of hope. "What do you want, Art?" Gary said, irritated. "I was just blowing through town. Thought I'd stop by and say hi," Art said. He smiled shyly, shuffling from one foot to the other as if he were uncomfortable. Gary had been through this act before and knew the body language. "You didn't just stop by to say hi," Gary said, now more irritated than he was before. "You want something. What is it?" Art looked surprised, as if he had been caught with his hands in the cookie jar. He looked disparagingly at Gary. "Well, to tell you the truth, I was kind of hoping maybe I could crash here for a few days." "No," Gary said, and stopped himself just shy of launching into the rest of what was on the tip of his tongue. "You cannot stay here, and I don't want to see you anymore. Now go away." But he didn't. Instead, he became flustered, and when he became flustered, he became more irritated. "Listen, you can't stay here while I'm at work. Come back after 6, and we'll talk." A look of relief seemed to flood Art's face. His smile widened, became toothy. "Okay, great, I can do that." For the first time since Art showed up, Gary was aware of his friend's odor. Art smelled like he hadn't bathed in weeks. Gary dug into his slacks for his wallet, extracted it, and removed 2 20s from it. He handed the bills to Art. "Listen, why don't you catch a bus or something and go down to the Y and get yourself cleaned up? get yourself some clean clothes and some food, then come back after 6, okay? Art accepted the money dutifully and nodded. Yeah, sure, man. Thanks. Okay. Gary shut the door and trotted back to the bathroom, his displeasure rising as he finished getting ready for work. Another 3 minutes were wasted dealing with Art Levine, and he cursed himself for letting old feelings die hard. He should have turned him away, told him to never come back. But he couldn't do that. He and Art went back over 20 years. For a time, they'd been good friends. He just wouldn't be able to deal with himself if he treated Art so coldly. Gary finished dressing for work, then went into the bedroom for his coat and briefcase. He put the coat on, checked himself out in the full-length mirror, and nodded his approval. Then he grabbed his briefcase, opened it, and checked to see that the Tillinghast papers were in order. He nodded in satisfaction, closed the briefcase, and left the house, making double sure that he engaged the alarm system and locked the doors. For the first time since he had seen Art this morning, he wondered how his former friend had managed to track him down. Gary had only been living here for the last 3 years since his divorce from Karen had become final. Maybe one of the other guys had given Art his new address. Thinking that this could be a possibility irritated him even more. He knew that Bill Emmett and Pat Jacobs felt the same way about Art as he did. Surely they wouldn't have given Art his address. But that was an issue to deal with later. Right now, he was late for work. Thankfully, the meeting he was due at started late. By the time he was finished and in his office, he was in a grouchy mood. "Can you hold my cause?" he told his secretary as he arrived in the office. Without waiting for a response, he entered his office and closed the door. He put his briefcase on the floor, sat down in the chair behind his desk, and closed his eyes. He hadn't been able to concentrate in the meeting at all, and this Tillinghast project was his baby. He had spent the last 3 weeks working overtime to get the numbers right, and now that they were airtight, he hadn't been able to conjure up the formula at the meeting, despite the fact that he knew that entire spreadsheet like the back of his hand. All he'd been able to think about was Art Levine. There was a cautious knock on his door, and then it opened a crack. An attractive blonde woman with a shapely tailored blue suit peered in anxiously. "How'd it go?" she asked. "Okay," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Come on in, Leah." Leah entered the office, and Gary motioned for her to close the door. She sat down in a chair in front of his desk and regarded him with those remarkable blue eyes. "It went that bad, huh?" Gary managed a small smile. "Nah, and the meeting itself was all right. Marketing is now convinced this thing will fly. We did our job." "Then why the long face?" Gary shook his head. "I had a weird morning." "Oh?" "An old friend showed up at my doorstep while I was getting ready for work." "An old girlfriend?" "No." Gary smiled at her, and Leah smiled back. Since the divorce from Karen had become final, he and Leah had been dating, and although he told her he wasn't ready for a steady relationship yet, he often got the feeling from her that she was ready to settle down, that he was the one. It wasn't an old girlfriend, God forbid. It was my old friend Art Levine, ex-rock and roll singer, current loser. "Ex-rock and roll singer?" Leah purred. She leaned forward. "This I gotta hear." "Are you sure? You know, I haven't told you much about my past. I don't want to scare you off or anything." "Don't be silly," Leah exclaimed. "The past is the past." Gary chuckled. "I only wish Art would finally realize that." He leaned over his desk, drumming his fingers on the deep cherry wood of his workspace. "Before I became a lofty financial analyst at Drew Insurance, I was a burgeoning rock and roll musician with 3 other guys. We had a band called Black Widow, and I was the lead guitarist. Art was the vocalist, a guy named Pat Jacobs was our bass player, and Bill Emmett was the drummer." "Do you have pictures?" Leah asked, her eyes sparkling with avid interest. "Pictures?" "Yeah, you know, pictures of you when you were in the band." "Oh, I have that and more somewhere stored away," Gary chuckled. "We were rather successful in a way. Although we never really made it out of the Los Angeles bar circuit, we were able to draw the crowds in. We recorded a couple of albums for a small label. The last one was picked up by CBS Records and released in Japan, where it was a big hit. We actually made a little bit of money off that one." "Wow." Gary smiled at the memories. "Yeah, you gotta remember, I was young then, in my early 20s, and we all had dreams of being successful musicians. Rock stars, actually. We worked hard, played relentlessly. The critics loved us." "What were you like?" "Musically?" Leah nodded. Kind of a cross between early Alice Cooper or David Bowie meets Black Sabbath. Or to put a more modern tone to it, Bauhaus. Bauhaus, an early 80s band that was way ahead of its time. Very gothic, very punk-like and Bowie-esque. We were kind of like that in a way, especially in our stage show. But we had a rougher, harder rock edge as well. "So I take it in an era of disco and Fleetwood Mac, you guys were destined to go nowhere," Leah exclaimed. "Exactly." Gary leaned back in his chair. "We were punk before the Sex Pistols knew what punk was. When punk got big in L.A., we were sort of on the forefront of it for a while, despite the fact that we had long hair and sang songs about Satan and performing sadomasochistic acts with small children and furry animals." He chuckled slightly at the memory. "That was strictly heavy metal territory. The punks loved us anyway, and we were the darlings of their scene until we got buried behind a bunch of second-rate bands. And then the Knack got big, and that seemed to signal our death march. So we broke up in 1980. "What'd you do then?" Leah asked. She appeared to be finding all of this very interesting. Gary tried to remember. "I wanted to get into another band, but didn't play for a while. I was already working here, down at headquarters in the warehouse. The other guys went off to various other groups, and the following year I went back to school to get my degree. Well, we all pretty much continued playing music on the side. Nobody really matched the seriousness of their music the way we had with Black Widow. Everybody got jobs, started families, you know." Leah nodded. She knew that he married Karen in 1982, that he got out of the warehouse work in 1984 and started the long climb up the corporate ladder that would eventually land him in a management position. By that time, nearly 8 years later, Karen would file for divorce and he would find himself a drastically different man from the one that made his Gibson Les Paul scream in the smoky haze of the Whiskey A Go-Go or the Starwood. The music that he had played and created, that had touched his soul, that he had lived for, had been replaced by the numbers on the corporate balance sheet, his annual bonus, his stock options, and the new car he bought himself every 2 years. He had become the person he had dreaded the most when he was a long-haired young man of 22, a materialistic corporate yuppie. But that wasn't so bad. He still loved music, still got the urge to play every once in a while. While he didn't keep up with the current music trends, much of the stuff he heard on the radio on the way to work was enjoyable. He just realized that there were better things in life than sacrificing yourself on the altar of art, like keeping a roof over your head and eating regularly. "I guess you could say that priorities changed for everybody in the band except for Art," Gary continued. He picked up a pen and drummed it on his desk. Even while the band was happening, Art was the only guy who didn't have a day job. As a vocalist and performer, he was great. Nobody could outdo him. He threw himself into his singing, his performance, and he reached into himself to create his music. He was the troubled rebel. His moods definitely affected the shows. Kind of like Axl Rose going on a temper tantrum in the middle of a set and causing a riot. Leah's eyes sparkled mischievously. Gary chuckled. Kinda, only wasn't that bad. He was just more, into it. His drug use was higher than the rest of us. His vision and commitment to the band was more than ours, I would suppose. He just lived the role 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. When the band broke up, he tried to get us back together again, but by then I was going to night school and the other guys had committed to full-time jobs. He joined bands, started others, but none of them lasted longer than 9 months. He just couldn't get over the fact that it was over. "Has he still?" Leah asked. Gary shook his head, remembering Art's strung-out form standing at his doorstep that morning. Not on your life. During the time he was involved in those other bands and trying to get Black Widow back together, he developed a bad heroin habit. To support it, he went through friends the way most people go through underwear. In 1988, Karen and I tried to help him out, and he stole some stereo equipment and some cash I had stashed in our bedroom. That was a final straw for me. I had him arrested, and I can still remember that day. Gary turned toward the window, gazing out at the stainless steel high-rises of Irvine's business district. When he came back from hawking my stereo, the police were at my house waiting for him. They placed him under arrest. He was strung out on smack, and I remember when they were driving away with him in the back seat, he was screaming at me, "Don't do this to me, Gary! Don't do this to me! I thought you were my friend!" "But he wasn't your friend," Leah said. "Friends don't take advantage of each other like that." "That's what I tried telling him the one and only time I visited him in jail," Gary said. He turned away from the scene outside and leaned forward over his desk. He just cried and moaned that I had deserted him, that me and the other guys didn't care about anything. You see, he used to equate our passion for music on the same level as our passion for life, which in an artistic way makes sense. He saw the breakup of the band, our desertion of making music with him, as turning our backs on what we had believed in, which was life, liberty, and passion. Gary shook his head at the memories. God, to think I actually believed that shit. "You were young," Leah said, nailing the excuse right on the head. "What happened after that?" Gary shrugged. "I didn't see Art again. Karen and I moved to a new place, and the last I heard from him, he'd spent some time in jail for breaking and entering. We all tried to help him at one point. I tried getting him a job here at our warehouse that he blew off after 3 weeks. Bill and his wife tried putting him through a substance abuse program. That didn't work. Bill even hired him at the optic shop he'd started, but he screwed that up as well. Pat felt sorry for him and took him in. Art repaid Pat's courtesy by stealing Pat's stereo and video equipment. We've all had our hand in trying to help him, and he screwed it up every time. And every time we tried to help him, he tried to talk us into getting back together again as a band. Finally, he took off, and none of us saw or heard from him. And now suddenly, after 8 years, he shows up on my doorstep." He stopped. It was only 11:30, and he still had another 6 hours in the day left to go. 6 more hours to mull over how he was going to handle Arthur when he got home. "What are you going to do?" Leah asked. Gary sighed. His eyes met Leah's from across the desk. "Give him enough money for him to spend a month or so in a cheap motel, and tell him not to come back. I don't want to see him. I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. That part of my life is over and done with, and I wish he'd get over it and move on himself. I admit those were great times, and I don't regret them one bit, but Jesus, I wish he'd just grow up." Leah regarded him calmly from across the desk. "It's tough to have to break something like this to someone you once cared about, isn't it?" Gary nodded, looking down at his desk. "Yeah, it is." When he arrived home that afternoon, the first thing he saw was Art leaning against the garage door of his house. He pulled the Lexus into the driveway, killed the engine, and got out. Art smiled and approached him as Gary got his coat from the back seat of his car. He began tuning him out when Art started talking. Art was still dressed in the same tattered clothing as when he encountered him earlier that morning. "Man, it's good to see you again, buddy," Art said, his speech slow and lazy, almost a drawl. He was standing so close to Gary that he could smell his foul breath on his cheek. "It was such a dull day today, but man, am I glad it's over and you're back and—" "What happened to the money I gave you to clean up?" Gary asked, fishing for his keys. "Money?" Art looked like he didn't know what Gary was talking about, but then recognition flitted across his ratty features. "Oh, that. Oh, man. I'm sorry about that. I was hurting, so I took care of it for a while." Gary nodded and closed the door to the Lexus. He supposed there were plenty of places where one could buy a gram of heroin in Irvine. Wasn't smack supposed to be very popular now among upper-middle-class white people? He turned to Art before he started walking to the door, regarding him through his dark shades. Art's complexion was pale, his face cadaverous, eyes hollowed and empty. Both of Art's arms were heavily tattooed from the wrist all the way up his arm, snaking underneath the sleeves of his T-shirt. Despite the artful skin decorations, he could still make out the telltale signs of scabs along the inside of his elbow, forearm, wrist, and the back of his hands. There were 2 fresh puncture marks along the top of his right hand. It was pretty bad then. Once the veins in the arms were collapsed, the ones along the back of the hand were the next alternative. He wondered when Art would graduate to the veins of his thigh or neck. Gary started heading toward the front door, briefcase in hand. "Listen, Art, I can't let you stay here tonight. I have a guest coming over tonight, and I've had this plan for a while, and Aw, man," Art protested, hobbling along beside him. "I just got in today from Phoenix, man. I've been living there and thought I'd hop over to see you. Just one night, man, and then I'll be out of your hair. It'll be fun." "No." A sharp pang swam through his chest, and he fought it down. He had never been a very good liar, but he was going to roll through this one if it killed him. "You can't stay here, Art, and that's final." "But—" Gary opened the door and stepped inside, then turned around to Art. "Listen, why don't you come in real quick, and I'll get you some more cash. I'll set you up in a motel, okay?" Art shrugged. "Yeah, man. Sure." He came in the house, and Gary shut the door behind him. He set the briefcase on the floor and headed through the living room. Art followed him. He motioned to the kitchen area and the breakfast bar that bordered it. "Have a seat, I'll be right back." "Got any beer?" Art asked, sauntering into the kitchen. "Yeah, help yourself." He strode up the stairs as he heard the refrigerator door open. $100, that's all he was going to give him, and that was it. If he showed up later tonight or tomorrow or any other time bemoaning the same bullshit, then that was it. He wasn't going to help him out anymore. He didn't give a shit if he had to sleep in the street. He'd call the cops to get him off his property if he had to, but he wasn't going to bow down to his pathetic, whiny crap anymore. He unknotted his tie and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his dress shirt, then went to the closet where he kept his emergency cash. It was in a safe deposit box on the top shelf. He got it down, wound through the combination, opened it and counted out 5 20s. Then he closed the box, locked it, and placed it back in its space. When he got downstairs, Art was at the breakfast bar nursing a Rolling Rock. He smiled and tipped the bottle in Gary's direction. "Here's to you, buddy. I got you one, too." He motioned to a bottle on the bar next to him. "Come on and have one with me." "Not now, Art," Gary said. He handed him the money. "Here's $100. Make it last." Art looked at the money, then took it. He folded the bills up and put them in his front hip pocket. "Listen, Gary," he said. "The real reason I came by was that I have something I want to ask you." "What?" Gary asked. He grabbed the beer bottle Art had gotten for him and took a swig. He was getting irritated already. "Well, I've been talking to people, see?" Art began licking his lips and looking a tad bit more animated than he was a few minutes before. "And we were talking about Black Widow, you know, and they were all like, 'Wow, man, you guys should get together for a reunion or something.' And they're like, 'Right, you know, like with bands like Marilyn Manson and 9 Inch Nails and Slayer so big and shit, our stuff would really fit in now. Get what I'm saying?' But Gary was shaking his head. No, 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 no! He stood with one hand on his hips, the other holding the beer. He looked at Art like he was a retarded child. Don't you get it? We're not getting back together. Bill and Pat have families now. Careers. Hell, Pat lives out of state, for Christ's sake. I got a career. Things are different now. Don't you get it?" "Things aren't that different, man," Art said. "You still love music, don't you?" Of course I do, Gary said, swallowing some beer. But that's beside the point. We weren't ever big enough to even warrant a reunion. It's not like we were the Sex Pistols or anything. Art looked dejected. Ah, man, don't say that. We were great. We could do it again. All we have to do is get together for one more show. And who would come out and see us, Art? Why, people, he exclaimed, throwing his arms up as if to indicate the vast crowd they would draw. Gary chuckled, nursing his beer. Yeah, I can just see us now. Reunion show, one night only. The one, the only, Black Widow. Up in lights on the marquee of the whiskey, and everybody on the strip that night would do a double take and go, Black who? Art was shaking his head. No, man, it doesn't have to be like that. We could make it better. Just one night, and it'll all be better. You can go on with your life. Pat and Bill can go on with their lives, and that will be it. Gary was suddenly angry. He scowled at Art as he put the bottle of Rolling Rock down on the bar. Don't give me that shit. That is a really low thing of you to say, you bastard. What? Confusion spread on Art's features. Don't give me that crap. You know goddamn well what you were doing. Guilt-tripping me, and probably guilt-tripping Pat and Bill as well. Blackmail, guilt-tripping us to play just one more show, and then it'll be all better. He said all better in a higher falsetto, mimicking Art's raspy voice. That is really low, man. We were all just as passionate about the music as you, but shit happened. We didn't make it. Life moves on. Bill and Pat and I moved on with it and went on with our lives. We got over the initial hurt over the loss of the band, and now you have to. No way, man, Art said, shaking his head. His ratty blonde hair fell along his shoulders in wispy strands. We just need to play one more time, and then everything will be all right for me. That was it. The argument was going to continue to loop like this if he didn't kill it now. Listen, Gary said, stepping up to Art and putting a hand on his shoulder gently to guide him out to the front door. I've got to get ready for my evening. You've got to go. But what about the band? Art asked. What about... Gary took the near-empty Rolling Rock bottle out of Art's hand and put it on the bar. Then he began leading him toward the front door. We can talk about it tomorrow or some other time, but right now I've got a... Art stopped and turned to Gary. A dawning realization seemed to spread across his gaunt features. No, we're not. You may say we'll talk about it tomorrow, but we won't. Every time I bring the subject up, you cut me off and ridicule me for even making the suggestion. You know, I saw Pat last week. He laughed at me too, told me to get lost. Told me that the music was through, washed up. But I told him that I'd show him. You'll see, I told him. We're going to get together if it's the last thing we ever do. In your dreams, Gary said, trying to motion Art toward the door again. You're just like Pat. I suppose I'll get the same response from Bill. I'm sorry you feel that way, Gary said. He put his hand on Art's shoulder again and steered him to the front door. You don't care, Art said in a hollow tone as Gary opened the front door and guided him through it. You don't care anymore. You never have. Get the fuck out of my house and off my property, Gary thundered. He pointed out into the street. Get out now or I'm calling the cops. Fine, Art said. He began backing up down the driveway, holding his hands up as if to ward off a blow. I'm going. Maybe Bill will have more sense. Maybe Bill will prove all you assholes wrong. Thanks for the memories, Gary. It's too bad you lost the love and the passion for life. Then he turned and began walking down the driveway, down the sidewalk, down the block as Gary stood on the front walkway to his house. His hands were clenching into fists at his sides, his breathing heavy, adrenaline pouring through his veins. He watched as Art disappeared down the street and went back inside to calm himself down with a drink. Gary was elated when he pulled up the driveway to his home after work the following day. He hadn't thought about Art the entire day. He had buried himself in his work. Then Leah had stopped by for a visit, and without realizing it, he made a date with her for that evening. They were going to dinner at 6:30 at Tin Sing in Costa Mesa near the South Coast Plaza, and it was already 5:30. All he needed to do was get in the house, change quickly to evening clothes, and then dash off to Leah's apartment to pick her up. Humming a tune that he had been hearing in his head all day, he let himself in the house and was almost halfway up the stairs when he heard the sound. He stopped. It was the bathtub, the one off his bedroom. The water was running. He gripped the banister and made his way slowly up the stairs. The water was running fast, the faucets on full blast from the sound of it. He made the second floor and tiptoed down the hall to his bedroom, heart pounding as he breasted the threshold of the room. The bedroom was empty, the lights turned off, but the light to the bathroom was on and the door was open. Sure enough, the water was running from the bathtub faucets. The mirror over the sink was rapidly clouding up with steam, and Gary felt his heart race. His limbs tingled. He knew he should run downstairs and call the police, but his rational mind was talking to him. If somebody had broken in, they would have tripped the alarm. The cops would have been here by now. They would have had the guy in handcuffs and be making the arrest. And even if the guy had just broken in a minute before I got in, the alarm would be blaring. It isn't. But he couldn't think of another explanation as he stepped into the bathroom. He had used the shower stall this morning, not the bathtub. There was no other explanation he could consider. He rounded the corner of the bathroom. The curtain to the bathtub was closed, and the water was rushing, the steam rising hot and thick from the tub. Already the water was reaching the lip of the tub and was beginning to spill over onto the floor. Gary reached out, grasped the shower curtain, and pulled it back. He staggered back, the scream stuck in his throat. Art Levine lay in the tub, naked. His skinny frame almost floated in the water, his stringy blonde hair floating out behind his bald forehead like a halo. His eyes were closed, mouth open, cheek leaning against the lip of the tub. His left arm draped lengthwise against the tub, the right lying limply in his lap. There was a belt tied around the skinny biceps of his left arm, a syringe sticking out of the inside of his tattooed elbow. A trickle of blood ran out of the wound and down his arm, dotting the tub. The bath water was dirty with his grime boiling and writhing as the water churned out of the faucet. He looked almost serene. His paralysis broke, and he dashed to the phone in the bedroom and dialed 911, told the operator that he had just found his friend dead in the tub, and no, he didn't know what had happened, but it looked like an OD, and his heart was still beating a mile a minute when the Irvine Police Department and the paramedics arrived a few minutes later. "You know, I ought to haul you in for getting us out here," said one of the officers that arrived. He was exiting the house with a disgruntled look on his face. His partner followed close behind, looking equally nonplussed. "What are you talking about?" Gary asked. He had been talking to the second pair of officers that arrived and was giving them a statement. "What I mean is that there is nothing up there," the cop sneered. The officer had all the brusqueness of the stereotypical smart-ass cop. Young, arrogant sneer, buzz cut, mirror shades. He cocked his thumb back at the house. "The bathroom is spotless." Gary looked at the cop with an expression of dumbfoundedness. Then, with sickening dread, he brushed past the cop and headed into the house. "But that's impossible," he breathed. He rushed up the stairs, past the paramedics who were descending, casting glances of disapproval at him as he flew by them into the bathroom. He stumbled into a sparkling, clean bathroom that shined as if it had just been scrubbed down. He stood there, jaw agape, not believing what he was seeing. He stepped over to the bathtub and pulled the curtains back. Clean. Not a drop of water in the tub, not even a spot of blood. The syringe that had been in Art's arm and the spoon of cooked junk that had been resting on the bathtub ledge were also gone. He heard the sound of approaching footsteps and turned toward the bedroom. It was the young, arrogant cop and his partner. The cop sneered at him. See? Nothing. But Gary began. He was here. He cut the words off and realized anything he would say would merely hurt him more than it was helping. It was time to reel it in. He leaned against the doorway, bowed his forehead against the jamb of the door, and closed his eyes. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I can't believe this. A second pair of officers arrived at the bedroom. One of them looked at the young, arrogant cop. "What do you want to do?" "I'm tempted to haul this guy's ass in for pulling this stunt," he said. Gary couldn't see the young, arrogant cop's face, but he knew that it was probably reeked with a look of disgust. I need to see my doctor," Gary said suddenly. It just came to him on a spur of the moment. He turned toward the officers, regaining the upper hand. "I'm sorry I had you guys come out here, really. I've been under a lot of strain, and my doctor warned me that this might happen." "Do you want to go to the hospital?" One of the cops was looking at him with a more concerned expression. He appeared to be Gary's own age. Gary shook his head and began moving toward the phone. "No, I'm going to call my doctor right now." He hoped that would be enough to get the officers out of his house, and it was. Gary dialed his private number at the office and began speaking as if he was trying to rouse his psychiatrist. "Well, can you have him paged?" he said, running his hand through his hair as the officers stood at the entranceway to his bedroom, talking among themselves. The concerned cop was watching him, and when Gary shifted the tone of his conversation to, "Yes, Dr. Brooks. Oh, thank God you're in," the concerned cop ushered his colleagues out. Gary kept up his act until he was certain they were out the door. Once he knew he was alone, he went back into the bathroom and looked at the white formica, the gleaming bathtub and shower stall. The surface of the bathroom was unmarred, unsplattered by blood or water. There was nothing in there to indicate that anything had been amiss. Gary stood in the bathroom and shook his head, wondering how he could have hallucinated what he had seen. He had seen it, heard the shower of the running water, turned the faucet off himself, seen the lifeless body of Art Levine slumped in his bathtub. He went back into the bedroom and began looking for his personal phone book. He found it in a dresser drawer and began flipping through the pages. When he found the number he was looking for, he sat on the edge of the bed and dialed, listened as the phone rang 4 times on the other end, and then was picked up. "Hello?" "Hello," Gary croaked, his voice cracking. "Is Pat Robertson in, please?" "Pat?" The voice on the other end stopped. Gary instantly recognized it as Becky Robertson's, Pat's wife. It had been at least 5 years since he had spoken with either of them. "Can I ask who this is, please?" "It's Gary Palmieri." "Gary!" Recognition set in. She paused. "I'm sorry, Gary. I tried to find your number last week, but Pat had all his numbers scattered all over the place like always, and..." With rising trepidation, Gary clenched the receiver tight in his hand. "What happened?" "Pat passed away suddenly last week," Becky said. Her tone of voice suggested that she was still trying to come to grips with the sudden death of her husband. She sounded lost, confused. "He had a heart attack in the bathroom. We've just had the funeral 2 days ago, and I tried to call everybody. But God knew where Art Levine was. The only number I could find was Bill's, and..." But Gary wasn't listening. He slowly replaced the receiver and sat on the edge of the bed, his heart racing as his mind whirred with 1,000 thoughts. "Saw Pat a week, 2 weeks ago," Art Levine said last night. "He laughed at me too, told me to get lost, told me that the music was through, washed up, but I told him that I'd show him. You'll see, I told him. We're going to get together if it's the last thing we ever do, and then..." Pat had apparently thrown Art out, much in the same way Gary had thrown him out last night. Had Becky been home on the night Art had shown up at Pat's place? He didn't mention it, and judging from the short conversation he just had with her, she hadn't been home. How long had it taken for it to hit Pat? A day, 2? Had he ever told Becky about what happened? He was just about to reach for the telephone to call her back when another thought occurred to him. Maybe Bill will have more sense. Maybe Bill will prove all you assholes wrong. He began flipping through his phone book for Bill's number when it suddenly occurred to him, what was he going to say? He still had no idea what was really happening, but he had his suspicions. Art told him last night that he had been living in Phoenix, Arizona. He grabbed the phone again, drew up a pad of paper and a pen. For the next 40 minutes he made phone calls and jotted down notes. He craved a drink, but he plugged on. His obsession was carrying him on now, carrying him over the brink. He had to find out what the hell was happening, had to get to the bottom of everything before it drove him crazy. After all the phone calls were done, after all the inquiries were made, Gary leaned back on his sofa and held the notepad up and read what he had written. Then he tried to compose his thoughts in some coherent order. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't help that what he had just heard and what he had just gone through sounded even crazier than he thought. Art Levine had been found dead a year ago in the bathroom of a Phoenix, Arizona flophouse. He had overdosed on heroin and died in the tub. He was found a day later by the maid when he was found a compact disc of an obscure rock band was playing on the portable CD player that was in the room, the only item of any significant value in Art's possession. Gary sat on the couch thinking about this. Dead. All this time. A year ago. Just as it had been reenacted upstairs earlier this evening. Was that the same thing Pat had seen on the night he died? Was that what caused his heart to fail? Gary scooped up the phone and the phone book. He looked up Bill's number again and dialed it. As the number rang, he didn't even have the slightest idea what he was going to say, but he supposed the best way to get Bill to believe him was to tell him the story from the beginning, starting with Art's arrival at his place last night to... Hello? Bill! Gary blurted into the receiver. It's Gary Palomari. Thank God you're home. Listen, do you have a few minutes? Something has happened here that's... Bill isn't in right now, Gary, Art Levine said. He chuckled. He went out to get some beer. He was a hell of a lot more receptive to the idea of us getting back together again. Gary's body went numb. The hand clutching the receiver began trembling. But hey, I think we can really get this thing going, Art continued. Bill was not only happier to see me than you and Pat were, but he even asked me to stay with him while his wife and kids are visiting her parents. It's almost like a full-fledged reunion already. Well, with the exception of you and Pat, of course. But I'm sure that if Bill goes on the course that you and Pat took at some part of my visit, I'm sure we'll be hitting that stage together again real soon. Gary's trembling hands dropped the receiver. His knees began quivering. His heart began racing faster, and he felt his equilibrium spin. Shall I tell Bill that you called? And as the blackness washed over him, Gary fell to the floor and began to scream. But, man. The Colin-mobile arrived at the Will-O-Wisp campground on a late afternoon in early November, its tinkling bells sounding tired, and its once red-painted slogan on the side of the trailer, "A flush a day keeps the toxins away," faded to a ghastly orange-pink. The manager of the campground, George Ricketts, stood on the porch of the log cabin office, scratching his exposed belly and then pressing his fist against the eternal throbbing in his head. What the hell? He wondered aloud to no one. He had lived alone at the camp for nearly a year now, since his wife Tulip had taken off with their poodle. What the hell's this mess? The brown pickup towing the mobile stopped in front of the office, and a thin man hopped out and came around the front. He wore a pair of bent sunglasses and an old gray suit which hung on his body like a skin about to be shed. He stopped halfway up George's walkway and raised one skeletal hand in greeting. His nose twitched spastically like those of some junkies George had known. "Hello there. You the owner of this place?" "Yeah, I'm the manager." "You have room for me for a little while?" "Cost you $150 a week," George answered. The thin man sniffed and rubbed his nose. "That's steep." "That's cheap. Best deal around. You can comb these Catskill Mountains and not find nothing cheaper. Not even them government-run parks." The man considered this, grinding his palms together and rubbing the tip of his nose. Then he said, "I can pay you a couple of weeks up front, then maybe we can strike a deal." "What kind of deal?" The thin man tipped his head back toward the trailer with the orange lettering. "I could give you a good cleaning." George crossed his arms over his too-short flannel shirt and its near-to-popping buttons. "What are you talking about? What's that you clean?" "Can you read?" asked the thin man. "Course I read," George sniffed. He grit his teeth against a surge of pain at his temples. "I just don't think you do what that mobile says you do. I think that mobile's a cover for something. Drugs, moonshine, porno. Runners come in and out of my place before. I don't need no illegal shit messing up my livelihood, mister." The man's tongue made a brief appearance. He grinned. "Dalini," he said. "Mr. Dalini's the name. I give colonics. There's nothing wrong with a body that can't be fixed with a good irrigation. Best thing for cleaning since the water-pick shower massage." "Never had no shower massage," said George. "It's good," said the thin man, "but a colon wash is superior. Whatever ails you, it clears it right up." George grunted. He knew what his colon was. He'd had hemorrhoids. The idea of having it washed by this creepy little man was by far the most disgusting thing he'd ever imagined. But he needed the rental money. It was already the end of tourist season, and the few remaining campers would be heading back to Connecticut and Pennsylvania in a matter of days. "Tell you what," said George, standing straight and trying to look like the professional campground manager he was. "You don't give me no details about your butt work, and I won't give you no details about what I think of it. Site 9 is vacant. I'll take $150 in advance, please." "No problemo," said Dalini. He fished into his pocket, pulled out a wad of sweaty $10 and $20 bills, and held them out to George. George snatched them quickly, but not before Dalini's cold, scaly hand had brushed his own. "Laundry facilities?" Dalini asked before he hopped back into his truck. "Laundry shelter's right next to you, between sites 8 and 9. Got to get your own detergent in town, though," said George. Dalini kicked the truck into life with a roar of engine, then drove the truck and tinkling trailer down the graveled lane and over the creek bridge, disappearing behind the thick cluster of cedars and spruces. George crammed the dollars into his pocket and went back to sit on the rocker on the cabin porch. Nothing wrong with a body that can't be fixed with a good irrigation, George thought. He put both palms to his skull and groaned. "Bet you can't fix my headache, Dalini," he said. "I've had this fucker since the wife run off with the goddamn dog. Nobody can do nothing for this one, not even the doctor in town. And butts and heads don't go together. Any moron knows that." Mr. Dalini's truck engine faded and then died as it was cut off at Site 9. George squished his eyes tightly as a new wave of pain cut through his brain, and when he finally got up to take his slew of prescription pills and to heat up the compress before bedtime, he was thinking, maybe I ought to kick that pervert out of here. Can't no good come a having a freak with a butt-wash mobile in my campground. "Sept," he conceded to himself as he lay down and pulled the compress and pillow over his eyes. "Sept for the money. Guess he can stay, long as he can keep coming up with the money." A couple days passed, and George left the man down at Site 9 alone. He puttered around as well as he had been doing over the past months, wandering down the gravelly drive to the main road to check the mail, driving into town once a day to buy a Hostess cherry pie and a newspaper, and watching his sputtering television in his living room with a bottle of Advil and glass of beer clutched in his hands. Except for Mr. and Mrs. Terry, who were permanent residents in their Winnebago down at Site 28, All the others checked out and were gone by Saturday. On Sunday morning, George donned his thick coat and wool hat against the bitter cold and left the cabin for the mailbox. Mr. Delaney called up to George halfway down the drive. "Excuse me, Mr. Ricketts," he called. "The dryer at the shed is broken." George turned around. Delaney was in his sunglasses, with only his baggy gray suit and shoes. He didn't seem concerned with the below-freezing temperature. "There's 3 machines," said George, his breath coming out in great clouds of air. "Try another one." "All 3 are broken," said Delaney. His eyebrows went up and down behind the sunglasses, one at a time like a seesaw. "I got sopping wet towels in one. You come take a look?" "Gotta get my mail," George said. "I'll be up in a while." George took his time strolling for the mail and lingered on his way back. He didn't want to go up to the sights. He didn't want to be any closer to the twitchy Mr. Delaney and his foul trailer than he already was in his cabin. He fixed himself a cup of coffee, drank down 4 Tylenols, ate a half piece of toast, then grabbed the rusted toolbox and walked to the laundry shed. The Colon-mobile sat, still attached to the truck, in the narrow space allotted for Site 9. It was covered with oak and maple leaves blown from nearby trees, and the tires were settled deeply in mud created by Thursday's downpour. Site 9 had, as did all the other spaces, a water and electrical hookup, a picnic table, and a grill for cookouts. Mr. Delaney had set 2 frayed lawn chairs outside the mobile. Who the hell would sit in a buttman's chair? George wondered. Is he optimistic or just stupid? Delaney came to the door of the laundry shed and whirled his hand cheerfully. "I poked in the machine with a stick," he said. "I knocked something loose, and it's working now." George tightened his grip on the handle of the toolbox. "You probably broke it, Mr. Delaney. You break it, and I'm adding that to your weekly rent." "Oh," said Delaney, wrapping his arms about himself and giggling. "About the rent. I don't have any more money." The toolbox slid from George's grasp and clanked on the soft ground. A bullet of pain shot through George's head, causing his jaws to clamp shut, and a whistle of agony escape his lips. "You don't, you little shit. Well, I don't give a flying fuck about tenants' rights. You don't have the money tomorrow, and I'll drag your sorry, skinny, sunglass-wearing ass out of here and shoot you if you come back." Delaney smiled and strolled to the door of the mobile. He touched the knob and said, "You want to come in? It's warm and comfortable. I know you have a bad headache, and if you want, I could get rid of it for you." "You don't know anything. You hear what I said about the rent? I don't make up stories to hear myself talk." Delaney opened the door to the mobile. He gestured to George with a strumming of his bony fingers. "I know you're in pain. It's all over your face. It's all over your body. What have you tried to get rid of the headaches, Mr. Ricketts?" "Everything," George thought. "Aspirin, Bufferin, prescriptions, hot packs, cold packs, sleep. Nothing works." "Well?" asked Delaney. "None of your business," said George. Delaney shook his head. His sunglasses stayed in place. "But it is, don't you see? There's nothing wrong with a body that can't be fixed with a good irrigation." Inside George's head, the war of agony raged. Swords and battle-axes chopped away as it always did, cutting until, at times, he felt he had no sanity left. George put his hands into the pockets of his coat and looked around to make sure all the other campers had indeed left for the year. Then he said, "Well, I guess I could take a look." The mobile consisted of 2 rooms. The front room was a living room, waiting room. George couldn't imagine Delaney ever having enough customers for a waiting room, but here it was. Besides a sofa and a small refrigerator, there were 3 soft chairs, a floor lamp, and an assortment of health magazines atop a coffee table. "What's over there?" asked George, pointing to the closed door leading to the second room. "It's my healing place," said Delaney. He took off his suit jacket and hung it on a hook by the refrigerator. His body beneath the white shirt was skinnier than George could have imagined. The skin seemed to ripple beneath the fabric. Delaney didn't take off his sunglasses. So, you gonna let me have a look? George pressed. Delaney asked, "Do you want me to help you? I can't let you in unless you are willing to let me get rid of your headache." Goddamn turd, George thought. But he said, Yeah, okay. But if you ever breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll rip your skinny head off your skinny shoulders." "Who would I tell?" asked Delaney. He went to the door and slipped a key into the lock. It swung open, revealing a hospital-style bed, a wheeled stool, and a small machine on a nightstand. "I know you live alone and you have no friends. Who would I tell?" George followed the little man into the healing place. "You don't have a migraine," said Delaney, lowering himself on the stool. "You have a toxic headache. Toxins build up in the colon and poison the body. We'll give you a go here, and you'll feel better, I can promise." More than the thin, cheerful Delaney, or the white towels and plastic sheeting on the bed, or the smell of antiseptics in the room, it was the machine that gave George the willies. It had several gauges in its face, with a thermometer, a handle, and rubber and plastic tubes running from it. George could just picture where those tubes would go. This can't be good, George thought. Delaney handed George a white cotton gown and said, "This will be good. Put this on in the bathroom and come out as soon as you are ready." Even when he was out of his clothes and in the gown, George wasn't ready. He stayed in the bathroom with the door closed until at last Delaney said, "How much longer do you want to keep that headache?" George came out. Delaney was seated on the wheeled stool by the bed, a pair of latex gloves on his hands. The sunglasses hadn't moved. "Take the glasses off," said George. "You're acting like a queer." But Delaney said, "My eyes are sensitive. You don't want me blinded to do this, do you? Lay down on the bed. Turn on your left side." "I won't be able to see." "You don't need to see. I do." George laid down. He wondered for a brief moment if this was actually a setup to a rape. Maybe Delaney was a serial rapist and murderer. But George was twice Delaney's size. If anything other than the colonic took place, he'd snap the little man in half like a twig and hang him up in a will-o-wisp campground tree by his shit-covered rubber tubes. As George lay still, listening to Delaney clicking and clacking behind him in preparation, he glanced up at the window. The shade had been raised a little, letting a square of sunlight in. There was a glass on the windowsill with a rock in it. "Trying to grow a rock?" asked George. "Oh, that's a smoky quartz," said Delaney. "I put it there to clear your negativity from the room." "God," groaned George. And then the tube nozzle went into his rectum. "God damn," George thought. It wasn't painful, but it was incredibly personal and obscenely intimate. "Hold on, Mr. Ricketts," said Delaney. "You're doing fine." "I ain't fine," said George. "You better get my mind off this, or I'll be off this bed in a heartbeat. I'll keep my headache, but you'll lose your campsite." There was a hiss, and water began to fill George's intestine. Said Delaney. "Let me tell you about myself. I was not always a hydrotherapist. I got this equipment used and on sale, but it's in good shape. You can see that, can't you? I figured out how to use it all by myself." "You don't have medical training?" "No," said Delaney, "but I can make it work. I've made it work for quite some time now, very successfully so. Some of my patients come in with constipation, high blood pressure, bursitis. There's nothing wrong with—" "A body that can't be fixed with a good irrigation," said George. Yeah, I've heard you." George felt a reversal in his intestine as waste and water was drawn back out. His stomach cramped, but then it subsided. "Some people I've helped have been cured in just a session or two," said Delaney. "But others have found colonics helpful in more ways than one. Not only was the allergy or the candida gone, but these patients found the very centers of their bodies opening up, swelling to new spiritual heights.
They insisted on coming back time after time after time to further expand the experience. These, Mr. Ricketts, were my treasured patients.
Were?
These patients have made my humble work worth my while.
George held his breath as another shot of water entered his colon, and the need to take a dump became unbearable. "How the hell long does this take?" he sputtered. The colonic was over in an hour. George walked back to his cabin after Delaney had warned, "You may feel fatigued and a bit woozy for a while. Eat lots of fruits and yogurt. Come back in 2 days and we'll do a follow-up." George slept for several hours, and when he awoke, he sat up and noticed something he hadn't dared hope for. His headache had lessened. He shook his head to see if the relentless pain would come back full force, but it didn't. "Well," he said to himself in the mirror as he ran his toothbrush around his molars, "if this really works, sticking a tube up my butt is worth it. But yogurt? Where the hell am I going to find yogurt?" He drove into town in his Yugo, but the only store was the gas station convenience store, and they didn't have yogurt. So he steered his car south toward Kingston, a good 45 minutes away. He'd invested embarrassment and humiliation to lose the headache. Investing a little time and gasoline wasn't too much to ask. Kingston had several grocery stores. George stood at the dairy section and stared at the variety of yogurt on the shelf. Strawberry, blueberry, peach, cherry, plain. Which was best after a colon wash?
"I like peach myself,"
said a small, squeaky voice to George's right. George glanced over. A white-haired woman in a wrinkled shift and torn trench coat stood by him, also staring at the variety of colorful plastic cups. On her eyes were a pair of scratched sunglasses. "Well," said George, "I just need to get the right kind, that's all. I can't afford to get the wrong stuff." He stopped himself, feeling ridiculous for trying to explain.
"Peach is right," squeaked the woman. "Strawberry is right. Fruit and yogurt, it's all good."
Delaney had said fruit and yogurt. George snatched up 5 cups, 3 blueberry and 2 cherry. This would do. The woman in the sunglasses got behind George in the checkout line. In the shopping basket over her arm, she had 4 yogurt jumbo packs. George stepped as far away as possible from her without running into the man in front of him, but she edged closer. As George reached the register, the woman leaned into him, sniffed him, and said, "You smell." "Fuck you," George thought. He quickly paid for his yogurt and hurried out the door. But as he unlocked his Yugo door, the woman called up to him and said,
"Wait, you smell like—"
"Get out of my way," said George. He jerked the door open and threw the grocery bag onto the passenger seat. The yogurt rolled out and dropped to the floorboard.
"Please," squeaked the woman, "you know where he is. You smell like—"
But George hopped inside the car and slammed the door shut. He left the woman on the parking lot in his fumes. Lying on his bed that night, George conceded to himself that he was indeed better, and indeed a second colonic might be a good idea. Who wasn't to say the headache wouldn't come roaring back if he didn't take a precaution? He ate the 4th yogurt, chomped the remaining bites of an apple, and drifted to sleep without the compress. It took a lot to get George through the following day. Anticipation and expectation rode him like a gremlin. Delaney said George couldn't have another colonic until Tuesday. His headache was completely gone now, and even when he tightened his scalp and tried to make it come back, it didn't. He read the paper and the junk mail that arrived in the mailbox. He watched the soap operas he hated but his wife had loved. He swept leaves from his porch and walk. He even stood on the bridge and stared into the creek for a long time. "I got to have another cleaning," he thought as he pitched gravel into the water. "I don't never want them headaches back." Tuesday morning, he was banging on the Colon-mobile door. "Delaney, you in there? Hey, rent was due yesterday. You owe me. You in there?" Delaney opened the door. He was in his suit pants and shirt and sunglasses.
His lips parted in a grin, and the air passing through his lips made an odd sucking sound. "Good morning, Mr. Ricketts. How is your headache?"
"You know how it is, Delaney," said George. "Now you owe me. I know you don't have any money. Give me the wash."
Delaney rubbed his scaly little hands together and licked his lips. "Certainly, Mr. Ricketts. Come on in." When the wash was over, George practically skipped back to the cabin. Not only was his headache gone, but the twinge of arthritis he struggled with had vanished, and in its place a warm tingle.
"What should I eat now?"
George had asked before he left Mr. Delaney in the healing room. "Fresh vegetables this time," Delaney answered. "Soup, no breads. If you must have meat, make it chicken." George drove immediately to the gas station convenience store in town. At least they had carrots and celery and lettuce, and in the refrigerator unit they often had whole chickens from one of the local farms. George loaded up 3 paper bags and lugged them outside. His arms felt strong and more powerful than ever before. For the first time in many months he found himself smiling. He unlocked the Yugo door and tossed in the bags. Someone tapped his shoulder and he looked around. There stood the white-haired woman and a partner, a white-haired man. Both wore wrinkled clothes and sunglasses. George's heart lurched.
What the hell does this woman want? How did she find me?
But all he could say was,
"Leave me alone!"
The white-haired man spoke, his voice as faint and scratchy as the woman's had been. "Where is he? Tell us."
"Who are you talking about? Who are you?"
"We need to find him," said the woman. One set of fingers reached out and clutched George's coat sleeve. "I think he has something of mine." The man's body began to shake violently. He said, "I think he has something. I think he's got it. We need to find him. Tell us where he is. You smell like you have been with him." George jerked away from the woman's grasp and drove off, spraying gravel. As he looked in the rearview mirror, he thought he could read the lips of the white-haired people. "We need him. We need him. We need him. We need him." And for a moment, his headache was back. It didn't take long to forget the crazy old man and woman at the convenience store. George made himself a huge salad with his vegetables and topped it off with pieces of boiled chicken. He went for a jog, the first one in forever, up to the main road and back again. "Day after tomorrow," he told himself as he stretched out on his sofa, looked at the beer on the end table, and decided on a tall glass of water instead. "Day after tomorrow, I get another one. Who knows how good I'll feel then? Am I an addict?" He lifted the water and held it up, toasting fate. "Addicted to colonics. Isn't that a kick in the butt?" He tipped back his head down the water and laughed out loud. Thursday came, and George was up at the crack of dawn. He stretched, did 100 sit-ups, and took a scalding hot shower. Then he walked outside on his cabin porch, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath of the cold morning air. "Ah," he said, "I feel great." The voice that spoke was close, faint, and terrible. "Where is he?" George's eyes snapped open. On the walk in front of the cabin were 7 white-haired people in sunglasses and unkempt clothes, pointing at George with trembling fingers. In unison they wailed, "Tell us where he is! We think he has something!"
"Get off my property!" George howled. "Leave me alone!"
"We need him!" They reached out with their pale hands, shambling toward the cabin. George backed up onto the porch. His back slammed against the door. He grappled for the knob. "Oh, God!" he shouted. "Get away!" And then the white-haired people fell on him. In spite of their frailties, together they made a mighty weight, knocking him to the floor and squeezing his breath out. Cold arms and legs tangled with his own. Cold lips pressed to his ear. "Help us, please. I think he has something of mine. Please." George bucked, trying to catch his breath. trying to toss the bodies off. He struck with his fists. He lashed out with his feet. He could hear grunts as the blows landed and several of the people rolled away. Air rushed into his lungs. "Get off me!" He got his hands beneath him and shoved himself upward. The other white-haired freaks loosened and fell free. George jumped to his feet and began kicking. "Get out! Get out!" The white-haired people found their feet and scrambled from the porch, running awkwardly to the driveway. George gave a white-haired woman one last healthy blow with the bottom of his foot. Her sunglasses flew from her face. Before she could claw them up and put them back on, he saw her eyes. They were huge and colorless, like a curdled vanilla milkshake. "Damn," George said. The woman caught up with the others, and in unison they struggled up the drive toward the main road. He watched, trembling, panting, for a good many minutes, and then he collected himself and walked to Site 9. Delaney was waiting, swinging on the trailer door. The sunglasses were askew, but in place. "Hello," Delaney laughed. "Look like you've seen a ghost. What's wrong?" "Nothing," said George. "Just some trespassers. Give me a wash now. I gotta get my energy back up. I think a headache's coming on." Now, said Delaney, escorting George to the back room and handing him the gown. It was as though the man could barely stand still today. His feet made little dancing movements on the healing place floor. "You're fine. I can see it. You are one of my treasured patients. Have you looked at yourself recently?" George didn't worry about going into the bathroom to change anymore. He dropped his clothes and pulled on the gown. "No," he admitted. "Then look," said Delaney. "Here." He opened the closet door. On the back was a full-length mirror. George stepped up to it. His jaw fell. In the past week, he had dropped nearly 30 pounds. Muscles on his arms, chest, and legs that he never even knew he had shone through the flesh like round stones. But it was the glow that stunned him. Around his head, shoulders, and along the length of his body could be seen a whitish aura. George reached out and gently touched the mirror in awe. The aura seemed to flutter with the caress. "Oh, my God," said George. "Right," said Delaney. "You've opened up. Hop on the bed now, buddy. Let's get going." George lay down and turned to his left. Delaney whistled as he inserted the tube and turned on the machine. Warm water rushed George's bowels. "You can stay here as long as you want for free," George told Delaney, craning over his shoulder and trying to see the little man. "Just look at me." Delaney was leaning over, his nose wrinkled up and his lips parted in a wide, toothy grin. He said, "Look at you indeed. And she's here, ready and waiting. Yes, yes." "She?" "Figure of speech," said Delaney. "Still now. Don't move." "Don't move," George thought. "No problemo, Mr. Delaney. I can be as still as a statue for this. I'm a new man. The suction caught on. George screamed. Something came loose in his bowels, ripping free, tearing away in a single blindingly hot surge of agony. "Oh, my God!" He tried to sit up, but his body cramped in shock, locking his legs up in fetal position and drawing his arms about his knees. It felt as though he was being skinned alive from the inside, as though Delaney was eviscerating him through his rectum. "God!" cried George. "Yes!" cried Delaney. "She's beautiful, just as I thought." And then George felt himself go limp. The pain was gone immediately, but even though he wanted to jump up from the table and kill Delaney, his muscles refused to obey. It was all he could do to flop over onto his back like a dying fish. Delaney had removed his sunglasses in preparation for his snack. Delaney's tongue flickered at his lips and retreated. His eyes were closed, but when he heard George grunt, he opened them. The pupils were golden brown and vertically slit. Reptile eyes. But what was in his hand was worse than his eyes. "She resides in the lowest chakra, the lowest center," said Delaney. "But she must awaken to be taken. Some people can open their centers on their own, can tap their own spiritual energy, but others are weak and must have it done for them. And when I find those people—" He giggled and held the wriggling serpent up for George to have a closer look. "I guess we're both addicts, Mr. Ricketts. Consuming the spirits of others is a rush I simply must have." Delaney held the snake before his face, and in a single movement opened his mouth and sucked it down. It rippled and pushed against the walls of Delaney's neck before it vanished. George's body twitched, trembled, and then went cold. Delaney helped him from the bed into his clothes and then escorted him out of the trailer. "I'll be going now," Delaney said. "But don't worry, you won't remember me. You may have a vague urge to continue with the colonics, but just stay home. It's better for everyone that way. I don't want you to end up wandering the country with some tractor-trailer reducing you to just another piece of roadkill." He howled with laughter and slammed the trailer door shut. George stumbled back to his cabin. His head didn't hurt, but he had a hard time pinning down thoughts. What had happened to him? Where had he been? He sat on his sofa and looked at his reflection in the blank television screen. His hair was pure white. When had that happened? George slept restlessly in his clothes that night and dreamed of a man who might have something which belonged to him, something he thought he might want back. Something. Maybe. The next morning, he went looking. I know what the night knows. Carmody wakes up mid-afternoon, sits on the edge of his bed in unclean underwear, smoking a cigarette. The black ladies are back at the swimming pool. His veranda door is open and their rap music drifts up. Goddamn rap music sets his teeth on edge. Why can't they listen to rock and roll like everybody else? Ain't about to say anything to him, though. The black ladies got these badass boyfriends who come around 3-4 times a week. Big black Lincolns they drive. Not real hard to figure out what people like them have to do to get cars like those. He stands at the veranda door a while longer, taking in the white, hot heat of the afternoon, the scent of the pine trees that form a windbreak to the east, the odors of gasoline fumes from the parking lot, and the stench of chlorine from the pool. In the next half hour, he sits on the john reading the second half of a Penthouse article on the CIA, and looking at the gals, of course, but getting sentimental for the days when tits were tits, and not big balloons of silicone, and then takes a quick shave and an even quicker shower. 3 o'clock, he stands at his veranda door again, smoking another weed and looking down on the swimming pool, pearl blue water shimmering in the sunlight. The black ladies are gone. Now the 2 stews who live on the 3rd floor are sunning themselves by the pool. Class stuff, the sort that he's never been able to get even close to, the sort of stuff he used to dream about in high school. Cheerleader stuff, rich girl stuff. Why would a somebody like that want to make it with a cabbie? He turns back to the shadows of his apartment. Of course there are cabbies, and then there are cabbies. He doesn't know a single one of the other boys or girls who lives in a nice, big, modern apartment like this one. They can't afford it. They don't have Carmody's little side gig to sweeten their incomes. Sometimes he still can't believe his good fortune, how he's able to live out here in the suburbs, far from the sirens and screams and blood of the city, and eat good food and take out nice, respectable women every other weekend or so, and buy himself just about anything he wants. A couple weeks from now, he'll turn 36. He plans to buy himself a brand new Pontiac. Never owned a new car in his life. His old man struggled all his life at the factory and never owned a new car. Checks his watch and decides he better step on it. He likes to hit the street around 4:30, just before the skyscrapers downtown start to empty out. If he really hustles, a guy can get himself 3-4 hours of very profitable fares during the afternoon rush hour. He goes into his bedroom and opens the top drawer of his bureau. The first thing he takes out is his .45. Keeps it clean. Keeps it loaded. Any cabbie who doesn't pack heat in these times is crazy. The second thing he does is take 2 crisp $100 bills from the large stack of hundreds kept under his stash of socks. He is well paid for the little extra service he makes available to the patrons of his cab. That's how he can afford to live here. That's how he can afford to buy himself a new car. He puts the gun in his right pocket, the money in his wallet, and leaves. When he first started driving right after he got laid off at the mall where he'd been selling shoes, Carmody had 2 fantasies. A, that some night he'd glance in his rearview mirror and see this real voluptuous babe completely naked and beckoning for him to join her in the back seat, and that B, some real rich guy would be so drunk that he'd tumble out of the cab and drop his wallet, which would just happen to be stuffed with $1,000 bills. Thus far, neither of those fantasies had come true yet. And they don't come true today, either. Rush hour is horns, curses, shrieking tire rubber, middle fingers stabbing the air, grotesque enraged faces, and threats. Because of the relentless heat and what the heat does to tempers, 2 drivers in 3 days have been murdered in the street after becoming involved in minor traffic accidents. The 2 trips to the airport are especially lucrative for Carmody. Nice fares to begin with, and then nice tips on top of it. Pleasant people, too. Some people treat cabbies like scum. Just at dusk, the sunset bleeding all down the sky like a mortal wound, Carmody whips into this one restaurant where cabbies hang out. Has himself a glass of iced tea. Problem is, these days, he don't speak the language so good. Because the language is no longer American. It's this kind of pidgin language that is actually 6 or 7 different tongues being spoken to approximate American. The faces, too, have changed. When he started out, most of the faces were white, and then they turned half black, which he didn't mind. But now they're various shades of brown and yellow, and that he's not so happy with. The black faces were American. These faces, he gets enough money saved up, he's gonna quit. Used to be a nice job, driving a taxi, but these days, "Hey, Carmody!" It's Sullivan, the owner of this little restaurant. The only thing Carmody's got against Sullivan, who is a nice guy, is his apron. Lots of jokes that Sullivan always does his own butchering out in the alley. His white apron is always streaked red with blood. His hands are always streaked red with blood. He once handed Carmody a powdered sugar donut and got sticky red fingerprints on the damn thing. The other thing Carmody has against Sullivan is his taste in jukebox music. All that country western crap. What the hell's wrong with good old American rock and roll, anyway? This is a place where frying grease, cigarette smoke, bad toilet facilities, and terrible ventilation can choke you up on the wrong night. "How they hangin', Carmody?" Sullivan asks. Carmody shrugs. "Oh, you know." "How's the iced tea?" "Fine." "Trying a different brand." "Guy at the wholesaler give me a price on some English stuff." "You know how the English love tea." "Right." Carmody sips some tea. The heat has already taken its toll on him. He feels older than he should, and wearier. "You back on a snatch patrol, huh?" Sullivan grins with his brilliant white store-boughts. "Snatch patrol?" "Yeah. This babe was in to see a while ago." Carmody instantly senses what this news may mean. He no longer feels so old or weary. "Yeah?" "Yeah. Nice legs. Nice tits. Very nice dresser. Looks like money." "She leave a name?" "Nah. She just said she'd see you later tonight." Another person interested in Carmody's special services. He almost smiles. He's getting a rep. and a rep means more and more money. You know something? Carmody says. What? He holds up his iced tea glass for Sullivan to see. You should buy some more of this stuff. Yeah? Yeah, it's great. Suddenly, Carmody's no longer in a dingy dive. He's in a very nice restaurant, wearing a brand-new Armani, sitting next to this very rich, very elegant woman who can't keep her eyes off him. He's getting a rep, and when he gets a rep enough, he really will be sitting in such a place with such a woman across from him. He stands up, stretches. Well, guess I'd better get back to it. You ain't going to tell me? Sullivan says. Tell you what? Who she is? Just this chick. Just this chick? Chick like that, and you call her just this chick? You must have something going that I can't see, Carmody. I mean, no offense, but you don't exactly look like a movie star. Yeah? Look who's talking. But I don't got chicks like that coming in asking for me. Carmody grins. No, I guess you don't, do you? He throws 3 wrinkled dollar bills on the counter and walks out, his ears filled with country music and with the cacophony of several foreign languages being spoken at once. He goes and stands out on the sidewalk, looks left down the street and sees all the XXX marquees and the other sex shops. Looks right and sees all the foreign food restaurants, Thai, Chinese, Lebanese, Greek. What the hell happened to the good old American burger anyway? Smokes a cigarette, ingests all the smells of people, sweat and perfume and cigarette smoke, and then the peculiar odors of neon and concrete and glass, odors that maybe only he can smell. For a long moment, driving now, he is one with the urban night, all the hope and lust and fear and joy and terror of the urban night. Carmody and his taxi. As always, he listens to his golden oldies station. How he loves the old tunes. Chick. Looking for him. Looked like money, Sullivan said. Carmody's gonna get lucky again. Have some more money to add to his ever-growing stash in his bureau drawer upstairs in his nice white boy suburban apartment. One with the night. He is. It is 10 o'clock now, and the mystery woman has yet to put in an appearance. He wonders if Sullivan wasn't maybe putting him on or something. 10 fucking o'clock, and where is she? Tonight's fares are pretty dull. Couple of drunken rubes from Des Moines wearing convention hats and giggling about the lap dance place Carmody lets them off at. Very quiet little old lady he takes to and from the supermarket and who gives him a 2-dime tip. Snarling, arrogant businessman who is late for his plane and taking it all out on Carmody. To save his sanity, he thinks back to 8 months ago, when he really started making some heavy money on the side. Guy with horn-rimmed glasses and a nervous little pink mouth and a big fat briefcase was the guy who brought him the idea. Guy with the horn rims gets in the back seat of his cab one rainy night and says, "Drive around." Drive around? Yes. You care where? No. Just drive around? Just drive around. So Carmody just drives around. They're out along the river where the dance boats dock, and the guy says, "You know where Carter Avenue is?" "Sure." "Down by the tracks, there." "Yeah, sure I know. Why?" "You ever go there?" Finally, Carmody's starting to get a sense of who this guy may be. Do-gooders are always planting passengers in the cabs to demonstrate to City Hall that cab drivers have certain areas where they won't drive. But Carter Avenue is so bad that cabbies won't go there, and they're perfectly willing to admit it to whatever do-gooder happens to be in the back seat spying on them. You want to go to Carter Avenue, I suggest you get in your own car and drive down there. You really believe the stories? The stories? Yes, you know, about the cannibalism and everything? Carmody shrugs. It's possible, I guess. A long, long time ago, Carter Avenue used to be a prosperous industrial area. But then, over the years, the industries there turned it into a toxic waste dump. The EPA closed down all the factories there. No lights, no running water, no police patrols. It is a total and utter wasteland these days, except to the lowest of the homeless. They live there now in the crumbling toxic debris of the tumble-down buildings and the glowing pools of toxins. Since then, any number of people have been found dead down near Carter Avenue. A few of them have been eaten, at least one of them being alive while the feast went on, at least according to the coroner. But who really wants to find out? Not even the cops want to go down there, and there is no regular patrol. Most of the bodies are found when they wash up downriver, half a mile or so from where the deserted Carter Avenue factories jut out next to the river. You make a lot of money driving this cab? Hornrim says. Yeah, millions. No need to be sarcastic. I don't make shit. Didn't figure you did. How about you? You make a lot of money, mister? I do all right. At least I did till that bitch decided to take me to the cleaners. The bitch being? My wife. Who else? Divorced? Yeah. I was dicking this chick at the office and my wife found out. Made a whole big deal out of it. Carmody still can't figure out why the guy asked him if he made a lot of money. They drive around some more. The guy silent all of a sudden, staring out the window at night in the city. Then the guy says, "What if I told you about a way you could really make some real nice money?" I'd listen. You would? Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't I? What if this was illegal? Well, there's illegal and then there's illegal. You know what I mean? I know exactly what you mean, my man. So you're going to tell me or what? Guy laughs. You bet I'm going to tell you, my man. You bet. So he tells him. And first thing Carmody thinks is, wow, that's pretty damned heavy duty. But then Hornrims names a figure and says, and I'd pay you up front. All of it up front? All of it. Every penny. Wow. Wow is right, Hornrim says. Bet you never thought you could make that much money so easy, did you? I have to think about it. How about if you pick me up at the same place tomorrow night and we drive around and talk some more? That sounds all right. Tomorrow night, then. And now it is 8 months later, and Carmody has over $40,000 cash hidden in his bureau at home. $40,000 is not the kind of money most cabbies ever see at one time. Around 11, he decides to pull into the cab stand over on 18th Street, get out and smoke a weed and stretch his legs. And that's when he sees her. She is sitting on a bus bench, but city buses stopped running an hour ago. She doesn't belong in this neighborhood. He pulls over to the curb, gets out, leans up against the cab, smokes a cigarette. The night is shrill suddenly with a woman screaming and a man yelling back at her. Domestic squabble. And then she's there, right next to him, her perfume making him dizzy with its erotic promise. She is one of the loveliest women he's ever seen, so delicate of bone, so regal of bearing that she seems almost unearthly in her shimmering ivory-colored summer dress. She carries a straw summer bag that matches the color of the dress. "I've been looking for you," she says, her voice as rich with promise as her perfume. "I decided to try you here." She smiles. "Is your cab available?" He gulps, feeling like a 10-year-old. He's lost all his street poise, all his focus. He is nothing more than a receptacle of her beauty. "Sure," he manages to say. "Sure, it's available." He opens the back door for her, and she gets inside. Only then does he notice something faintly familiar about her. Some gesture, some angle of neck and angle of something familiar. But what? Then he's driving. Any place in particular?
The West Side.
Oh. He's surprised. What would a woman like her be doing on the West Side? Her perfume continues to seduce him. He constantly glances in the rear-view mirror and sees her gaze there, watching him as intently as he's watching her. The sodium vapor lights begin to vanish. Old-fashioned streetlights now appear, and not too many of them. They are just now reaching the West Side. By the time they've gone 8 blocks, he's twice had to pull over for ambulances shrieking past. She smiles.
Nice area.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised when you wanted to come over here. The houses are drab and dirty now, and not much bigger than shacks. Hookers and pimps stroll the sidewalks. In front of neon bars and country western taverns, bloody men fight bloody fights, onlookers urging them on. In front of one little shack, a man is beating up a woman as a little girl tries to get between them and push the man away. Carmody glances in the rearview mirror.
You haven't figured it out yet, have you?
Figured what out? He says. But all she does for now is smile again. Any place in particular?
Just keep heading out this street.
This street, he thinks. He wonders if she knows where this street leads. The touch of her long, silken fingers almost makes him jump, scares him. But soon enough, as she continues to stroke his neck and the back of his head, soon enough he gives himself utterly to her sensual pleasures. As they're sitting at a stoplight, he even closes his eyes. "Wow," he says. "What's all this about?"
I just happen to know how lonely people get in the city, she says. That's the irony. All these people around them crowding in on them. And still, city people are the loneliest people of all.
She continues to stroke him. Then she laughs softly.
The light's green. We better go.
He gives the cab some gas. She's really starting to get to him. There's something about her, about this whole situation, that makes him extremely nervous. But no amount of caution can deny her hold on him.
I know a nice place where we can be alone.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where?
Just keep driving.
Ma'am, you have any idea where we're headed?
Yes, I do.
Carter Avenue.
I'm very familiar with Carter Avenue, she says.
I don't think we should go there.
This time, she doesn't simply stroke his neck. She kisses it as well, her breath warm on his flesh, her lips tender and knowing. The funny thing is, he doesn't think of sex this time, at least not sex by itself. He's thinking about her line about city people and how lonely they are. His whole body is shaking. She holds the promise of more than quick sex. She holds the promise of making him feel alive again, connected to something other than his cab and the filthy nights of the city. How can he say no to her? He aims the cab toward Carter Avenue. She sits back now. He can't even see her eyes in the rearview mirror. I hear you help people, Mr. Carmody.
Help people?
People with troubles?
Oh, where'd you hear something like that?
I did a very serious investigation of you.
You did, huh?
Yes, and I learned that you helped out a man named McGrath 7 months ago.
He tell you that?
Yes, he did, she says.
Now this moment is starting to take a familiar shape. All the flirting, she merely wants to ensure that he'll help her out. probably figures, how can he resist a beautiful woman like me, especially one who's also going to pay him a lot of money? This McGrath, he tell you how much I charge?
Yes.
And that doesn't bother you?
Not at all.
Then,
Did you hear about Mr. McGrath?
hear about him?
On the news? A week ago?
No, I guess I didn't.
He drowned in his own swimming pool.
Wow.
He told me all about you, Mr. Carmody. What you do, I mean.
Her icy blue gaze is in the rear view again. He smiles. I aim to please.
She leans up near him again. I look familiar to you, don't I, Mr. Carmody?
A little, I guess. You drive a cab, everybody starts to look a little familiar. He hears a snapping sound. Decides she's opened her purse.
Here comes Carter Avenue, Mr. Carmody.
You sure you want to go here?
Positive.
His public smile again. You're the boss. Here the streetlights are only occasional now. Here through the open cab windows come all sorts of grunts and growls and cries and crazed laughter that can be heard on the empty floors of the deserted factories now. Which is when the naked woman with the butcher knife jumps on the hood of the taxi, out of nowhere. One moment Carmody and his fare are driving down the potholed street, and then suddenly a naked woman with wild, filthy hair, no teeth, and what appear to be teeth marks all over her pitiful chest and arms. All of a sudden she's hurled herself out of the darkness onto the hood and is wildly waving a blood-stained butcher knife in front of the windshield. "Roll up your windows," Carmody shouts. Then he floors the accelerator. The woman is strong enough and crafty enough to hang on for almost 2 blocks, sprawled across the hood and clinging to the windshield wipers. But then Carmody starts slamming on the brakes. The woman can't hold on long. And doesn't. The 4th time he hits the brakes abruptly, the woman goes flying off the hood of the taxi, to disappear once more in the skin-crawling darkness of Carter Avenue. Then she cries out like some mad animal, and stands naked in the middle of the street, still waving her bloody butcher knife. Carmody sees all this in his rear-view mirror. "We're going back," Carmody says. "I can't handle it down here."
You seem to be all right when somebody pays you, Mr. Carmody.
And now he learns what the beautiful lady took from her open purse a few minutes ago. A silver 38, which she puts right next to his neck. No more massages. No more kisses.
Give me your gun, Mr. Carmody.
What?
Give me your gun.
What choice does he have? He gives her his gun.
Now it's your turn, Mr. Carmody.
What the hell are you talking about?
Pull over here.
No way. That's when she puts a bullet right through the windshield. The safety glass makes a giant silver spider web. The noise of the gunshot seems to have awakened the hungry human animals lurking down here in the unclean darkness. They signal back and forth to each other with cries known only to themselves, like birds at dusk. "God, are you crazy?" Carmody shouts.
I told you to pull over.
He pulls over.
Have you figured it out yet, Mr. Carmody?
Carmody is shaking so badly he can barely speak. Figured what out yet?
Figured out who I am.
Who you are?
I'm Mrs. McGrath. My husband paid you to pick me up in your cab, then bring me down here and dump me. He knew that I'd never get out of here alive. And when the police found me, it would look as if some homeless people had attacked me and killed me. My husband didn't have to do the actual killing, and neither did you. You left it to the creatures who live in those factories over there. My dear, sweet husband would have a nice, safe alibi and get all the insurance money. Or did he tell you that, Mr. Carmody? That's why he wanted me dead. He was in love with his secretary, and he wanted the insurance money. But then you've done that for several husbands, haven't you? Their wives call a cab, and you pick them up and bring them down here. A person alone down here doesn't have a chance of getting out alive. And they've all died. All but me, Mr. Carmody. 2 drifters held me in a basement here overnight. They took turns raping me, but I escaped. They'd cut up my face so badly that I had to spend 3 months getting plastic surgery. That's why you didn't recognize me, Mr. Carmody. My new face. I took care of my husband the other night in his brand new swimming pool. And now, I'm going to take care of you.
He thought of his money, his beautiful, sweet money back in the bureau in his nice new apartment. 7 women he'd brought down here. And then he thinks of her, Mrs. McGrath. She is a lot better looking now than when he brought her down here. In an ironic sort of way, he'd done her a favor.
Get out of the cab, Mr. Carmody.
Oh, no. No way.
You heard what I said, Mr. Carmody. I'd prefer for them to get you, but if I have to, I'm perfectly willing to kill you right now.
To make her point, she shoots out the other side of the windshield. After the echoes die down, after the safety glass once again becomes an intricate spider web, he can hear the calls and cries once more, the human animals in the surrounding darkness, talking back and forth in their special code.
Get out, Mr. Carmody.
No, please. She puts the gun directly against his right temple.
Get out.
What choice does he have? He opens the door and climbs out. How safe and snug the cab looks, even with its windshield blown out. He stands in the darkness, the 1,000 windows of the empty factories staring down at him like 1,000 different eyes. He smells the heat, the garbage, the feces, the filth of the factories where they live at night and sleep during the day, waiting for people just like him. She gets out of the back seat and then lets herself into the front seat. "You can't do this," he says. "You know what they'll do to me." She stares at him a long moment, as if remembering something, and says, "Remember how I pleaded with you, Mr. Carmody? Remember how I begged you for my life, but you wouldn't help me at all?" She reaches forward and stabs a finger at the radio. "I also hate your taste in music, Mr. Carmody." Gone is his golden oldies station. Now classical music fills the air. She smiles at him. Even now, she's so beautiful. "Have a nice day, Mr. Carmody." And then she's gone. He watches as the red taillights wind their way up the potholed streets and finally disappear beyond the edge of a factory. Bitch. Fucking bitch. You can't trust any of them. He's about to start running when he hears a sound behind him. He swivels to hear the sound again. A crone, cackling. And then she's standing there, in the silver light of the moon, the scrawny, filthy, naked woman with the wild, dark eyes and even wilder hair. "Looks like you need a friend," she giggles. And she lunges at him with her butcher knife, her bloody butcher knife. A few moments later, as the hag kneels next to Carmody's body and strips him of all valuables, her knife is even bloodier. Hear the Fear, a collection of short stories read for you by Cynthia Harris.
Each day is a century. Okay, Mom, it's time we had a little talk. Joelle slammed through the back door and into the kitchen with all the grace and noise of a half-woman, half-teenager. A girl who has yet to accurately judge the distance from the floor to the height of her hips because of last year's growth spurt. Tall like her father, with long, thin legs as gangly as a colt's, awkwardly crossing at the knee as she spilled herself onto the kitchen chair on the other side of the table. Below the ragged edge of cut-off shorts, her skin was tanned and shiny, like butter browning in a skillet. One spaghetti strap of her tank top slipped down a shoulder and exposed her right breast nearly to the nipple. I gaped at the rosebud tattoo across the smooth swell of flesh there before she impatiently tugged the strap back into place. Tears filled my eyes. "Stop it," she said sharply. Without realizing it, I had leaned forward when she'd come in. Now I blinked and pulled myself back and against the chair. "Sorry," I managed. She looked away, blue eyes much like my own, sharp gaze dancing around the kitchen and missing nothing as it touched on paraphernalia so laden with memories they seemed to get heavier every time I dust it. "You always are." I opened my mouth and shut it again. What could I say to that? She fidgeted like a nervous animal trapped within my stare. Did I seem that much a predator to her? Maybe. I forced myself to look somewhere else, but it was useless. The focus here was her. It always had been, and my starving gaze returned again and again. "You should throw out that pig spoon holder," she said matter-of-factly. Rebellion rose instantly in me. I know. Aunt Deb gave it to you. So what?" Joelle waved away my protest with a carelessness that comes only from those who have not learned to cherish the past. "Face it, Mom, 15 Christmases ago it was cute. Now people think it's ugly and wonder why the hell you keep it." I swallowed. "But it all you have left? Oh, please. This house is full of that kind of crap." When she'd said please, it had come out exaggerated, "Please," and a lump rose in my throat when I realized how much like the teenagers on television she was. Her hair was only shoulder length and shaggily cut, too curly and slightly fuzzy. Genes from both sides going against her there. It had followed my color, though, ash blonde with nearly platinum streaks in it from being overexposed to the sun. Now she raised a hand and flicked uneven bangs out of her face before pointing to a hand-painted plaque on the wall that said "Bread 5 cents" and had once belonged to her grandmother. "At least that's cute now that you cleaned it up." She turned her eyes toward me again, and I saw that their color had gone disconcertingly green, like her father's. I hadn't seen him since 2 years before my sister died. He'd come to her funeral, but in my mourning I hadn't noticed. Now memories rose in my head, stronger than I expected. More detailed than I could deal with right now. His crooked smile and young basketball player's body. Big, gentle hands with grease under the fingernails from working on cars. Long fingers that could spin a basketball on one finger or change a diaper or punch a dent in a metal kitchen cabinet at 10 after 6 on a Friday morning. I put my face in my hands and cried. I couldn't help it. Joelle watched me for a while without saying anything. "You have a good life here," she said finally. Her voice, so crisp a few moments ago, had softened. I raised my head, eyes filled with the familiar sting of salt, the skin of the lids already swelling. "What?" I whispered. "A good life?" My voice found a bit of strength, fed itself on frustration and loneliness. "I have an empty life, Joelle." I stretched out a hand and she flinched away before I could touch her. Before I dropped my arm, my fingers wavered in the air between us like a dying person's search for a lifeline that will never be there. "Where did you go?" I asked woodenly. "Why?" "I did it, didn't I? It was my fault." "No, it wasn't," she said honestly. Her face fascinated me, rounded cheeks like her father's instead of my prominent cheekbones, a pointed chin like my mother's, nose a little too long like mine, a face that no one person in the family could take credit for. Sincere, open, with nothing to hide and no reason to be afraid anyway. Would she lie about something like that? Could she? "I wished you were dead." "So what?" she said again, as if my horrid confession were as traumatic as saying I dropped my book. "It's not like you did it, you know. You were 16 and buried in diapers and poverty. You think you're the only teenaged mother who ever looked at a kid who squalled all the time and thought, I could take it if she died?" Her voice had grown mocking, but not cruel. I hit you. A few smacks on the hand, big deal. Okay, so you tossed me in the crib once. But as crazy as that was, you knew damn well where I'd land, didn't you? You aimed. I shook my head fiercely. It doesn't matter, I choked out. It was wrong. It was abuse. It was frustration, Joelle interrupted. And yeah, maybe you were skating the edge of right and wrong, but you'd have pulled it together, I'm sure of it. I said nothing. You're drowning yourself with guilt, she said. You sit here and relive a handful of bad moments over and over in your head when you should be getting on with your life. Now it was my turn to look away. But even then, there was no escape. My reflection stared at me from the glass of the window over the table, reminding me of age and years forever lost. It's a little late for that. Bullshit, she said crudely. You should have had another baby a long time ago. You've had plenty of chances. I was afraid. You were a coward. The sight of her faded out for a moment, and all I could see was a 16-year-old replay stuck in my mind. The rays of the sun slanting through the window, and why was it shining so strongly this early anyway? Golden light spilling into the dingy, cheaply furnished room and falling across the bassinet and the still, silent form lying inside it. Sound effects then, filling my mind like a symphony of anguish. My screams mingled with Irv's, shouts into a telephone receiver, punctuated by the crash of a fist into metal. The sigh of a baby's cold breath escaping her lungs when I dropped her on the couch after a clumsy, uneducated attempt at CPR. The sounds of hell come to visit my living room on an early July morning and burn forever into my ears. I don't know if I could stand to go through that again. Faintly amazed that I could say anything, I looked down at my hands and rubbed at the skin. Another reminder of my age. The backs of my hands were a road map of the hard work I'd done in my life. If I turned them over, we'd both see the scars that life had left behind. Before I had a chance to pull away, Joelle did just that. Her touch was cold. I wasn't surprised, and didn't linger as she snatched both of my hands and turned them palm up. On my wrists, faint white stripes still gleamed. You didn't try very hard, she noted. To do it right, you're supposed to run the razor blade down the length of the vein, not across. That way you can't fix the damage before... I didn't know that at the time, I said defensively. You're a coward, Joelle said again. You couldn't bring yourself to push the razor deep enough to do any serious damage. Besides, you didn't really want to die. Everyone knew you just wanted the attention it would bring, the comfort. I scowled at her. What have you been doing, majoring in psychology? She giggled. A sound like an old-fashioned school bell. Get real, Mom. I just watch One Life to Live. Very funny. Neither of us said anything for a few moments. Then she met my gaze steadily. Somewhere outside, a cloud had slid over the sun and changed the light in the kitchen. Her eyes had regained their former bluish cast, and the atmosphere in the bright room grew unaccountably oppressive. Why don't you have another baby? Didn't we just have this discussion? A tickle of ice slid down my spine like a frigid teardrop. Why did she keep asking about that? You never answered the question. I thought I did. Joelle sighed impatiently. Well, you have to do something besides sit around and mope for the next 30 years. That's a long time to spend alone and waiting to die. You're not even 40 yet. You've got a house. You make a decent living. There's a boyfriend. Things aren't always as good as they seem on the surface, I interrupted. Having a child takes money and time and 2 parents, not 1. I'm not cut out to be a single parent, and frankly, I don't see that changing anytime soon. Excuses, that's all. She drummed her fingers on the kitchen table, long manicured nails, beating out a rhythm to a song I would never know. Tap, 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 tap. Thousands of women, hundreds of thousands raise children by themselves. Millions if you want to count the divorcees. God. Tap, 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 tap. Can't you think of anything original? You say the same things after every birthday, and pretty soon you're going to run out of time. I shook my head stubbornly and willed myself not to tell her that the sounds her fingernails were making were driving tiny, sharp spikes into my head. She stopped abruptly, as though she'd read my mind. It takes 2, Joelle. By myself, I don't have the strength. She laughed. Who do you think you're talking to, Mom? There's no woman in our family who's stronger. What you can admit is that you don't have the guts. My guess is that you're afraid you'll make the same mistakes again. She looked me up and down. Or is it the thought of the physical pain? The pain? I don't think so. On that end, we can say that billions of women have survived. Her fingernail tapping had stopped too late, and my own fingers moved to the bridge of my nose and rubbed at the prickly headache blooming there. I'm worried about doctor bills and daycare, college. There were other things I wanted to talk about, to ask. Why were we discussing this? And about never being able to sleep again at night? Yeah, I said, minor stuff like that. Other people do it. Jesus, would you stop with that? I'm not other people. No, she agreed, but I think you'd relax after a while. Really? I caught a flash of anger in her eyes and could have sworn the air between us shimmered with sudden frost. Then the sensation was gone. She uncrossed her legs and stood. I watched her walk over to the sink and turn on the cold water, then select a mug from the cabinet. I searched in vain for shadows beneath the overhead lights as she touched a finger under the faucet to check the water temperature, then filled the mug and drank. She set the mug back on the sink and turned to lean against the countertop, rubbing her arms as though she were cold in the 78-degree house. Not having another baby was a mistake, but it's not irreversible. It just takes a little courage. I don't think I want to. I turned my head and caught my reflection in the window again. The hair was still blonde, but coarser with age, and I had what people tactfully called character wrinkles around my mouth and at the corners of my eyes. The years had put an extra 10 pounds around my belly, hips, and thighs, and I didn't feel particularly attractive anymore. I suppose the gaudily patterned house dresses and plain white tennis shoes I usually wore didn't help the image. Joelle smiled, showing teeth that were even and white. God alone knew where that gene had come from. It certainly wasn't from my side of the family, and her father's teeth had been a mess. Liar! Liar! In the past, I would have thought that was just as well. Back then, I would have been a jealous sibling, you know. Her words gave me a chill, and I looked at her sharply. But she only shrugged one smooth shoulder. Well, what'd you expect? Open arms? I don't know, I answered faintly. Suddenly, I didn't feel very well. I guess it was something I never really thought about. I never knew I had to. Then you've been thinking about all the wrong things, but that doesn't surprise me. She moved to the refrigerator with graceful steps and pulled open the door to peer inside. I watched, entranced, as she selected a handful of red grapes from the colander inside, then let the door swing shut. Dear God, how I wish my mouth could make sense of the chaos of questions clamoring in my mind. Why couldn't I just get the words out? I love these things, don't you? Joelle popped a couple of grapes in her mouth and chewed pensively. For some reason, watching her eat made my stomach do a slow, nasty roll, and I put the back of my knuckles against my lip and bit down lightly, trying to refocus my thoughts. You should be planning, you know, it's not too early. She smiled at me again, but this time I didn't like it. Something dark flitted across her eyes like the shadow of a bird, a condor perhaps, circling and waiting for the final surrender of yet another meal. What had happened to the beautiful young woman who had walked in here less than 10 minutes ago? I swallowed with difficulty, then made my mouth work. I don't know what you mean. Planning for what? For the baby, of course. Did you really think I wouldn't know? She finished the last of the cluster of grapes and swept the stem pieces into a neat pile on the countertop, then dropped them in the sink. Listen, I can't stay much longer. Things to do, places to go, etc. Joelle, I said desperately, what did you mean about being a jealous sibling? Scratch that, she said amiably. I've gotten past jealousy. I should have said lonely. That's why I came by today, you know. I was just looking for company, and you... Her voice dwindled, and I had to struggle to hear her. You were the first person I thought of. I think about you all the time, I whispered. But not in any sense that helps, she said pointedly. All you do is swim in an ongoing sludge of self-pity and regret. I'm sorry I smacked you. I'm sorry I ignored your crying. I'm sorry I didn't love you enough. I'm sorry you died. Without warning, she slammed a fist on the tabletop in front of my clenched hands, and I jumped. Maybe I even screamed when I felt my teeth shudder. Well, it's not enough, damn you. What? My voice was a shameful squeak. I'm the one who needs Mom. Her sun-kissed face had gone pale beneath its tan, as cool and colorless as folded sheets. The tint of a 3-month-old baby girl in a tiny, satin-lined coffin. All these years, she hissed. And you've always had someone, haven't you? A husband, a boyfriend, a lover, always someone, but me. Her fist again, this time thumping against her own breastbone hard enough to make me wince. No one, not a single other voice to fill the emptiness in here. Never a man or a mother's touch, not a fucking thing. She broke off, and I blinked, and I realized she was crying. Great silver tears slipping down her cheeks to run along the fine line of her jaw and drip onto the tank top. Loneliness and desire can make a powerful combination, she muttered. She looked at her own hands thoughtfully, flexed the fingers a few times as if testing their strength, marveling at the workings of muscle and bone. Sometimes it can make strange things happen. I clutched at the side of the table. Where have you been all these years, Joelle? She looked at me blankly, then her gaze slid from my face to the tabletop, and she ran a coy fingertip along its edge. Around, I suppose, here and... Her hand flashed forward, and she tapped the side of my temple before I could pull out of range. There? Everywhere? Nowhere. You pick the place. Maybe I was there. The question, the one I'd been suppressing since the second I'd seen her come into the kitchen, spilled from my mouth. My voice came out inexplicably tired and dry, like forgotten sawdust pouring out of a box. Why? I rasped. What caused it? My daughter sank her fingers into her hair and used her nails to comb it back from her forehead before she responded. A double heartbeat's pause. Did I really want to hear the answer? Yes. No. I had no idea. Everything, she said finally, and nothing. Damn it, I cried. I wanted to stand, but my legs were shaking too badly. Do you have to keep bullshitting me? Can't you just answer the question? Trembling or not, I hauled myself off the chair and took a step toward her. 16 years. I know. Joelle's voice rose, bordering on a shout, driving me back. What do you want me to do? Give you absolution? Fine. Before I knew it, she was only inches away, screaming in my face. You didn't do it, okay? Isn't that what you want to hear? The room tilted around me, and I felt her hands again, soft and dry and cool, like a wrapping of finely aged linens as they steered me back into the kitchen chair before my balance gave out. The dying had nothing to do with you and Dad having a few beers the night before, or with you freaking out a couple of times when the crying got to be too much. Her screaming had stopped, and now her words were an urgent rush in front of me, breath sweet and as dry as her touch had been, the sweep and smell of mummified desert flowers across my wet cheeks. It just happened, okay? It still happens. Hell, you've read the literature 100 times. SIDS, crib death, call it what you want. It happened to you and me. And it'll happen to the family on the next block and in the next suburb, on and on, until death do us part. Stop it! My hands came up and I pushed her away. She stumbled against the sink's edge and gave a sheepish grin. Guess you didn't think that was funny. Why are you here? I tried to stand again and couldn't, but at least I was able to meet those changeling eyes. You shouldn't be. It's not natural. Joelle cocked her head to one side, glancing at the door like she was puzzled about the sun's disappearance. No, I suppose not. But it is cool, isn't it? I mean, you've always wondered what I would have looked like. And voila, you got your wish. Not many people can say that, you know. She studied me, an odd expression on her face. So, am I what you expected, or worse? I think you're lovely, I said honestly. I came back because I need company, she said abruptly, as though what I'd said embarrassed her. I looked down at a sound from floor level and saw her scuffing the toes of her shoes, a comical-looking pair of boys' black sneakers against the floor. I'm tired of being by myself. Are you going to stay? I asked carefully. A bitter smile played over her lips. Don't worry, Mom. I won't hang around and fuck with your head too much longer. She crossed her arms, eyes glittering with something that suddenly seemed far worse than simple changing colors or irritation. But I'm not going to go away alone. What do you mean? I wondered, and not for the first time since this conversation began, if this grown version of Joelle, my dear dead daughter of 16 years ago, was only a figment of a monstrously guilty imagination. Maybe I'd fallen asleep. A late afternoon nap in front of one of the public television cooking shows that I watched every Saturday. Nice try, Joelle said with a smirk, then grabbed the thick braid of hair that hung over my shoulder and gave it a harsh pull. There was nothing invented about the pain that scissored through my scalp. When was the last time you had a dream that hurt this much? Every time I remember you as a baby, I shot back. She rolled her eyes and recrossed her arms. How poetic. You should have gone into writing country music songs. What were you talking about when you said you weren't going back alone? I asked, ignoring the verbal barb and rubbing the tender spot on my head. I want the baby. Terror sank over me like a mantle of frosted nails, piercing and cold, unrelenting. An abortion? I could barely pull in enough air to get the words out as my hands went protectively to my stomach, and I fought a nearly overwhelming urge to vomit. You would make me do that? I'm not doing anything, Joelle reminded me. She rubbed her arms again. Was it me, or did she seem to be doing it more out of anticipation than a chill this time? And no, I would never ask you to have an abortion. It doesn't matter, I said with sudden firmness. You can't have him. Her? Whatever. I glared at her, resenting the instinct that told me she was right about the baby's sex. I'd wanted it to be a surprise, had already instructed the doctor not to tell me if he saw anything on the ultrasound. So much for the unknown. Whatever would make you think I'd just give it up? A fragment of a thought was dragging at me, and I tried to push it away. The whys and whens and black details of Joelle's demand that I knew I didn't want to think about. My daughter shrugged. Well, you do have a choice, if that's what you mean. But trust me, it's not one you're going to like. This is not something open to negotiation, I said. I tried to make my voice cold, but couldn't quite pull it off. The right now part of me was horrified at her demand, and too frightened of what might happen if I tried to touch her. But the other half, the one that had hungered for what I'd thought was forever out of reach, still just wanted to enfold Joelle in my arms and experience the thrill of feeling a part of myself that should have been denied me. No, she agreed. It's not. There are two options, and your job is to pick one. She lowered her eyes, but the lashes, not particularly thick, couldn't hide the eagerness glinting in her eyes. The condor again, swooping in for the first fresh morsel. It's like a television game show. Door number 1, I get the baby after she's born. Door number 2, I get you now. There was a sudden burning sensation across my wrists, and I gasped, anticipating a spill of blood, a repeat of the long-ago slow drip of scarlet done this time with infallible efficiency. When I held up my hands, though, nothing had changed. The same faint scars crisscrossed the flesh, faded wounds of a pathetic lost battle. The war, it seemed, had returned. So, you've come back to kill her, I said slowly. Or me. Joelle shook her head vehemently. Mom, no way are you going to put this on me. You make the choice. I'll be happy either way. I started to say something, but her next sly sentence shocked the words into oblivion. By the way, you get to do it too. What? Well, maybe I should clarify that one, my daughter said mildly. You can do yourself if that's what you decide. The baby will die either way. I stared at her. Suicide. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Well, she's not really a baby yet, Joelle said matter-of-factly. At least not in the same sense as I was at 3 months. You didn't even know it was a girl until I told you, remember? Of course, each day that goes by will make the decision harder. She gave me a sympathetic look. It's got to be pretty hard to cut your wrists if you're 8 or 9 months pregnant. I have no intention of killing myself or the baby, I said hotly. Forget it. You're getting neither of us for quite some time. True, but I can wait. What's another 11 months when I've already got over a decade plus invested? She turned her head and gazed out the back door window as if she were looking at a faraway mountain range in a realm I had yet to see. Where I've been, each day feels like a century, but you'll find that out soon enough. 11 months? Her head swiveled back. Max, she said softly. I swallowed and could have sworn there was a hot, wet washcloth trying to go down my throat. I thought you said you couldn't, Or wouldn't. I won't. Then nothing will happen, I said with a finality I didn't believe. I won't commit suicide, and I certainly won't do anything to the baby. You won't have to. Her voice had dropped to a whisper, but I had no trouble hearing it. That thing you said about never sleeping again, it's kind of creepy, all things considered. She'll go the same way I did. I moaned and squeezed my eyes shut, but not quickly enough to miss her movement as she pulled open the silverware drawer and selected the sharpest paring knife I had. I wanted to keep my eyelids shut, but they flew open of their own will as she held up the wooden handle knife and tested its edge against the pad of her thumb. I just had the cutlery sharpened a week ago, and her flesh, satiny pale beneath its tan facade, parted smoothly beneath the blade. There's still this, Joyce, she said quietly. I'm betting you could get it right this time. Joelle absently pinched the sides of the bloodless inch-long gash in her thumb together, and the damage disappeared without a ripple. The ultimate in surreal special effects. She turned the knife in her fingers, then jammed it point first into the surface of the wooden table, a half a foot in front of me. Her final smile was dazzling, the radiance of a woman whose dreams have finally come true. Sorry, Mom, but I gotta run. I'll be seeing one of you soon. In just a few centuries. No, wait! I cried. Too late. Too far gone to stop. A lifetime of missed opportunities whittled into a threatening 20 minutes conversation that made no sense and would, already had, destroyed me. All these years, had I really been as selfish as she had implied? Perhaps. But if Joelle's claim that I didn't cause her death was true, then I couldn't see how it had made any difference. How many girls propelled into motherhood by a teenaged pregnancy looked around a dusty living room filled with second-hand furniture and a cheap bassinet and wondered, is this all there is? Is this how it will be for the rest of my life? In the vows made between 16-year-olds, crystal balls are as hard to find as foresight. Back then, each morning had started with the bawling of an infant and ended with the same, with little in between to make one day different from the one before or after. Every day had been, as Joelle had called her own existence, like a century. In this kitchen now, in a different reality, my stomach felt warm and full of life, its slight roundness discernible more because of poor posture than pregnancy. The spreading view of the lush backyard outside my kitchen window was so far removed from the 16-year-old memory of a postage stamp-sized yard filled with trash and clotheslines that the first might as well have been on another planet rather than in a city 500 miles south of where I was now. This house was bigger, with lots of room for a child to grow and play. That thick green yard out back, an invitation in which to run and shout. A dozen trees waiting for small tree houses. Raspberry bushes and a peach tree, too. The best kind of natural snack for a hungry youngster. Sunset. And the west side of the house was washed with the warmth of the evening sun. I felt like I'd been sitting here for hours, encased in an inexplicable block of ice that the sun could never melt. The boyfriend of which Joelle had spoken was at work. Didn't know about the baby anyway. He was reliable, but uncommitted. And as I tried to tell her a baby takes two, in his heart, he remains only one. Grounded in reality, he would never believe the story anyway. For the first time in my life, I was being forced to make a decision completely on my own. I looked at the knife, still jammed point first into the tabletop. Its handle vibrated slightly. Surely nothing but a trick of movement picked up through the floor. Perhaps I'd bumped the base of the table with my foot. Closing my eyes, I saw myself as I was then, thin as a rail and wandering alone in the apartment rooms of an abruptly empty and suddenly too large 100-year-old house. Huge blue eyes scanning the corners of the tacky, glaring yellow nursery as I searched for the ghost of a dead child. I'd found the single-edged razor blade in the bathroom and brought it to the living room, then swiped at both wrists too timidly to do more than superficial damage, terrified of the pain, terrified of really dying. Beads of blood, only a few drops, but bright and so very red. Thinking back on it, I couldn't remember any pain, although I suppose there must have been. Or had I been too deadened by grief and guilty relief to feel the sting of the blade? There was nothing numb about me now. I fancied I could feel the new life deep in my womb, cells multiplying by the second, the cycling toward the miraculous completion of a human life. I had no doubt whatsoever that Joelle had been telling me the truth about the child being a girl. When she was born, would this child look anything like Joelle had? Despite the intervening years, it was easy to recall the tiny, premature infant she'd been. Smooth scalp covered in sweet-smelling baby fuzz, eyes that had stayed blue, tiny pursed mouth and pointy chin. Not long before she died, she'd been starting to smile in response to kisses on her button-sized nose. The child inside me would never go beyond that same point. "It's not fair." My voice echoed unexpectedly in the kitchen, as if the room had stretched its walls to 4 times its previous size. "You can have another one, a third one." Was it really Joelle's voice that floated on the echoes of my own, or only my own mind trying to comfort me? A futile attempt, because nothing in the world could convince me that the thing to do was to relive that July morning of so long ago when my shaking, skinny hands had lifted the corpse of my 3-month-old from the bassinet. 6 hours dead. Her skin had been as white and cold as the cheap sheets on which she lay. On the other side of another morning like that one crouched madness, the not-so-far-fetched image of the drooling, shell-shocked woman I would become if I had to go through that again. If it had indeed been Joelle's ghostly words suggesting that I sacrifice this one and go for the charmed third try, then she was as wrong about my ability to cope with such a repeat performance as she'd been right about the sex of my unborn child. Perhaps in her realm, or because of it, she could know about things physical, but things mental that hadn't happened yet, not a chance. As my hand closed round it, the wooden handle of the knife was warm to my touch, as if I'd been holding it all along. Had I? I couldn't remember. I didn't think so. I gave it a tug, but although the flesh was willing, the spirit was weak, and the point of the blade remained firmly embedded in the tabletop. Maybe I had it backwards, and it was the spirit that was willing, and the flesh that was weak. When I let go, the handle quivered again as though protesting its uncompleted task, and I knew that I was wrong on both accounts. As Joelle had reminded me several times, Both the spirit and the flesh were weak. And I was, and always had been, a coward. Suicide, murder, or insanity. I can do neither. I am helpless, floundering in an eternity of indecision. All I can do is wait and think and watch the days and shadows pass on the calendar as the time of no return looms ever nearer, while each day is a century. Dear Lottie, Thursday. Dear Lottie, I've started this letter over and over throughout the day. You know that horrible Virgo in me wants everything to come out just right. Perfectly, without offending anyone, without one misunderstood phrase between us. But after so many starts and abrupt stops, I've decided to dive right in, and I hope you won't get upset with me. I know how much you hate it when any of us referred to you as the sensitive one, but you've always been a little too quick to get hurt, and believe it or not, I'd do anything to avoid hurting you. So, here it is. This decorator person you sent over is driving me crazy. I'm 35 years old now, big sister. I'm college educated, married, divorced, married again. All right, divorced again. But I've raised 2 children rather well, even if I do pat myself on the back. Neither one has been inside a prison or signed up for any rehab program of any sort. Their grades are decent, and they seem to love me and their father. But why they respect anything about that man, I'll never know. If you remember, I was the one who left home right after high school and never came back or asked Mom and Dad for anything. So I think I'm able to choose a pastel color to paint a bedroom with. Dare I even attempt some wallpaper? I'm smiling, Lottie. I know how humor can come across as sarcasm in a letter, but I hate to write ha ha after everything I'm hoping will be funny. So please keep in mind that I'm merely expressing my reservations to you, not criticizing. Back to the house. I promised you I'd clean up the old place after Mom moved out, or should I say, was moved out. All these years since Dad died, you know how much trouble Mom started having with her eyes. Things got bad, Lottie. Bad, as in filthy rotten. You used to always send Mom a plane ticket so she could come to you for the holidays. I remember how generous I always thought that was of you. Mom did too. But you haven't lived back here in, as far as I can figure it, 8 years. At least you can still hold on to your memories of the mother we had, the one who couldn't sleep peacefully through the night if the house wasn't spotless. Remember the time she spent days cleaning before Christmas, and after taking her bath, changing the sheets and happily climbing into a clean bed in her clean room, wearing her freshly laundered nightgown, she suddenly remembered she hadn't cleaned beneath the refrigerator? How Dad fought with her when she woke him up to move the old Frigidaire away from the wall so she could scrub. Well, with me living an hour away and not getting over here as often as I'd like, and so many times Mom and I would meet midway for lunch or shopping, I started noticing the cobwebs here and there. It was to be expected when her back went out. I offered to come help, or at least send one of the kids, but she said no. She always said no to any offer of help I extended. But now that I have been getting her things together, eating at the table we had so many family meals around, sleeping in my old room, I see how the cobwebs have multiplied and even look to be growing mold. Smoking is such a filthy habit, too. I mean, if a person wants to contaminate their body, far be it from me to say anything, but you'd never believe how yellow the walls are. The curtains, that I know started off as a light beige, now look to be the color of dead leaves, and they smell bad. So, dear sister, you can see that the job of getting this house in order is much bigger than we anticipated. I didn't know if you wanted to just cover expenses to redecorate the bedroom, Or, now that you have been made aware of this dreadful situation, maybe you could pay half the bills to get the entire house fresh and clean. I have some money saved and would cover the other half. We could also save the money a professional would charge, since I have some free time now to fix things myself. There is so much to do here, I plan to begin right away. By the time you return home and find this letter, I should have made some progress. All my love, Tessa. Thursday, June 12, 1997. Dear Miss Bauer, although we have never formally met, I feel I know you and your sister Tessa very well. My name is Marie Slater. I live in the big Victorian behind your mother's house. We've been neighbors for the past 6 years, ever since I moved to Marion to be near my boyfriend, Quincy. Your mother was an angel. Never held it against me that Quincy was in prison. She understood that shit happens. I hope my language does not offend you. Serious shit like convicting innocent people of crimes they never committed. Because of all the kindness she showed me, I wanted to express my sadness at not having her to talk to during my days. She often told me about her family, even though she didn't get to see you as often as she would have liked to, and after your father passed away, she did get lonely. I never had the chance to meet your father. I moved in the summer after he died, but I feel as though I knew him from the way your mother went on. It sounds as if they truly did have a perfect marriage. Her daughter Lottie, oh, how she would go on about you, bragging how you were the first woman in her family to graduate not only regular college, but law school as well. I was with your mother the day she went shopping for the purple wool to make you that suit you wanted. Have to admit, she drove me a little crazy with all her fussing, right down to the buttons. They had to be pearls. Pearls for Lottie's birth month, she said. The ones we found at Walmart were not good enough. She had to special order the good ones from the fancy place in St. Louis. I've had the chance to meet your sister Tessa. In fact, I can see lights on up at the house as I write this and recognize Tessa's white van in the driveway. I know they had their problems, but your mother loved both her daughters equally. A fairer person I never knew. There isn't much to be said now, but I did want to let you know there are many people who will miss Irene. Please call upon me should there be anything I can do. Marie Slater. From Campbell Cleaning Service, 238 Brighton Way, Marion, Illinois, June 13th, 1997, to Charlotte Bauer, 5116 South 152nd Street, Marion, Illinois. Dear Miss Bauer, this is to inform you that I drove out to your mother's house yesterday afternoon. When I attempted to let myself in with the keys you sent, however, I was met by a woman who identified herself as your sister Tessa. We discussed the job, and she told me my services would not be required, that she would be doing all the cleaning herself. Since no work was done, the charge to your credit card has been adjusted to only cover my time traveling to and from the house. I'm sure by now your sister has informed you of her decision. This letter is simply to serve as verification of this cancellation for my files. Sincerely, Dimpna Campbell. From Dr. William Avery, 239 West 7th Street, Evansville, Indiana, June 13th, 1997, to Charlotte Bauer, Assistant District Attorney, 49 West Claymore, Marion, Illinois. Dear Miss Bauer, I am sending my monthly report to your office as requested. While you're in Chicago on family business, I can only hope this will be forwarded to you. When you hired me as your sister's psychiatrist, it was with the stipulation that she visit me at least once a week and that I report her progress to you. Yesterday, Tessa did not show up for her 10 o'clock session. I had my secretary call, and she was unable to talk with Tessa herself, but left a message on her machine. I think it would be wise to remember the period of 3 weeks last winter when she became depressed during that tedious custody battle. She missed several appointments, but we were able to help her work through it all. Having your mother taken away from her so abruptly has left, I fear, your sister in a similar state. Quite frankly, it would be only normal for her to react this way. I'm sure we're safe in letting her have the time alone. However, if I haven't heard from her by next week, I will drive out to see her myself. Tessa's past problems have all stemmed from traumas resolved years ago, and when the oldest female member of a family is suddenly not there to counsel and advise, the responsibility falls to the next in line, which would be you, Miss Bauer. I'm confident that it shouldn't be very long before one of us hears from Tessa. You have my home phone and fax number should you need to reach me during the weekend. I will call you Friday to report any further developments. Sincerely, William Avery. Friday. Dear Lottie, guess what I found today? Baby pictures, first day of school pictures, dance recital pictures, all of you. I haven't come across the box of my stuff yet. Maybe Mom gave them to me already. I can't imagine that the one scrapbook would be everything. I'll keep looking. Anyway, you should see how sweet you looked in that gown at senior prom. I don't know why they always said I was the pretty one. You look beautiful. But that tiara thing in your hair, what were you thinking? It's been really quiet today, well, considering what's been going on the last few days. Did I tell you that Amy is taking karate now? There's an exhibition next month she wants me to come to. I started cleaning out the closets today, keeping things that Mom would want. You know, memories. There aren't really any heirlooms to speak of. What a screwed-up family we come from, huh? Grammy was always saying that this thing or that thing was lost, like she couldn't remember what happened to the clock I wanted. Remember the one? It always sat on that frilly doily on the buffet table in the dining room. There was a little girl and a boy in this miniature woodland scene. They moved back and forth on swings, ticking out the seconds. I know it was only plastic. But why did Grammy have to lie? Tell me it was lost. Then Aunt Kathy found it in the back of that closet in the basement. You know, as well as I do, that no one in our family has suffered any lapses in memory. We always go out with at least that faculty intact. No, Grammy was selfish. She just didn't want us to have any of her things. Even her own daughter, our mother, got lied to. Like the ring she wanted that belonged to Granddaddy. Guess we can't blame Mom for some of the stuff she did when you think back to how she was raised. Everyone so cold, heartless. Guess even a family crisis couldn't keep the famous DA in town. When I called your office to ask where you were, I got that witch of a secretary you hired. Honestly, Lottie, I know you like to help everyone, but that girl can't even get a message straight. She kept trying to find out where I was calling from and how long I would be at that number. It was a regular third degree. I told her I was your sister and had the right to know where you were. She tried to apologize, but I hung up on her uppity attitude. Maybe it was her that tried calling back. Even though I never gave her Mom's number, she could have gotten it from your book. But after I hung up, I unplugged the phone. No muss, no fuss. Not like those awful answering machines, leaving beeps and messages to deal with. When I need to make a call, I'll plug it back in. Take care of yourself, and don't call me, I'll call you. Ha ha. Love, Tess. With love and heartfelt sympathy. Though you lost someone you cared for, you will never be apart, for you'll always be together in a place within your heart. Friday. Dearest Charlotte, I know it's been a while, but I had to write a few lines, even if they are attached to this atrocious sympathy card. It was the only one they had at the newsstand across from the office, and I wanted to write this during my lunch hour. It's the sentiment that counts, anyway, right? What a shock hearing about Irene's death on the 6 o'clock news. I always thought myself lucky to have her for a mother-in-law. She accepted me into your family, even though I know it bothered her. I wasn't Catholic, and after the divorce, when I finally got custody of the children, I kept in touch. I never told Tessa. No need to stir things up. I know you never wanted me to bring this up again, but there was always something special between you and me. So, if there's anything I can do, please ask. Just ask. I would certainly understand if you didn't want me to stay at your mom's house when you get to town. And you may not want to be alone at your place right now. Amy and Tim would love to spend some time with their Aunt Lottie. Stay with us, please. I'm sending this card to your office, marking it personal and urgent, in hopes your staff will forward it. Who knows how long this whole mess will keep you in Chicago. Lucky for the rest of us that we have a brilliant DA in the family. Call me, night or day. You have my car phone number. Love, Sam. Saturday. Dear Lottie, that dinosaur of a vacuum cleaner Mom bought when she was first married still works. I couldn't even believe she still had it. I'm getting things in order quicker than I thought. I should be able to start painting the kitchen later today. I picked out a soft green. They call it lime sherbet. The man at the hardware store offered his sympathy. I've decided not to change anything in Mom's room. The walls need washing desperately, but I'll leave that for last. That nosy tramp from down the hill came over. Her husband's in prison. I think I remember hearing somewhere that he was convicted of killing 2 or 3 men in a robbery. Guess it really doesn't matter much after the first one. Why Mom even gave her the time of day, I'll never know. She brought up a casserole, tried coming inside. Some of the other neighbors have been around too. It's nice to know Mom had so many friends. I wonder when my time comes, how many people will care enough to bake a cake. Later, Tess. Dear Charlotte, I tried calling Tessa at your mama's place, figured she'd be up there cleaning, but the phone ain't working. I planned on writing you a letter, seeing as how you're out of town and so busy with your work all the time, but I needed to get a few things off my chest right here and now. Looks like I'll have to do it in 2 letters. The newspapers are covered with the story of Irene's murder, and I ache thinking she died so afraid. I don't have any family. Looks like now I never will. The day Irene said she'd marry me, I knew it was meant for me to wait around all those years for her to come along. But without her now, there's no one that needs an old coot like me for much. Not like they need you. Did you know your mama referred to you as her very own Marcia Clark? She would have been so proud knowing that her own Lottie was the one to go up to Chicago with those extradition papers to bring that bastard back who slaughtered her that way. But you got the wrong guy, Charlotte. I've lived in Marion my whole life, retired 4 years ago from serving my time up at the pen on the other side of those bars. Being a guardman, I was surrounded by killers most all my life. Even had a conversation with John Gotti once. What I'm saying, Charlotte, is that I wasn't no good for your mama. I was contaminated by all that scum. I knew that son of a bitch Cleater, knew him for all the 12 years he served. In that time, he must have overheard my conversing to Irene on the phone. Hell, I loved talking about her. He didn't have to do much snooping around to know who she was. Might as well have pointed him in the direction of her place and put the key to her front door in his pocket. Especially after she gave me that ring for my last birthday. I guess it gave the son of a bitch reason to think she had money. There's some papers in my desk, Charlotte. Receipts for 2 burial plots and a headstone I ordered this morning. If the circumstances weren't so drastic, I would never think of asking this. But please see to it that Irene and me are buried side by side. You know she would have wanted it this way. And by the time you return, I will have joined my sweetheart. It's just not fair that I be left here alive while she had to suffer so greatly because of me being carried away by my love. Don't be sad about this. My best to your family, Thurman. Dear Lottie, the air conditioner broke today, again. I'm hot and tired, and it looks as though I haven't made much headway in all the work there is to do around here. At least the kitchen is better, and I managed to do the little bathroom downstairs. Why do I always get stuck with all the shitty jobs? That powder the police used to dust for fingerprints is all over everything. When they left here the other day, they told me not to touch anything till they came back, but screw them. This is my house now. Well, yours and mine. And I can do any damn thing I please. Mom's death notice was in the paper this morning. Naturally, they misspelled my name. You'd think Tessa would be the easier of the two. Charlotte has so many more letters, they even got your middle name right. But me, I was recorded as being Trudy. Thank God they didn't spell it with an IE at the end. I see that the temperature up north is at least 20 degrees cooler. Did you take the good weather with you? I started to call your office today before I realized it was Sunday. Do they work on Sunday in the DA's office? I wouldn't know because I never finished dialing. I'm supposed to get a call tomorrow about when we can get Mom's body down to Oakwood. I suppose I'll end up making all the arrangements myself. It figures. You know what clothes Mom would have wanted to be buried in, not me. You both have the same taste when it came to that sort of stuff. I haven't slept in days. If I sound crabby, it's because I am. Tessa.
From Oakwood Perpetual Care, 289 Serenity Lane, Marion, Illinois, June 16, 1997, to Charlotte Bauer, 5116 South 152nd Street, Marion, Illinois. Dear Miss Bauer, please allow me to extend my sincere condolences. Irene and I were friends since first meeting in the 3rd grade. She confided in me often about her illness and had to come to terms with a diagnosis that gave her a little more than a year. Believe me when I tell you that she expressed her appreciation for that time. Enclosed, please find a copy of the prepaid funeral arrangements made by your mother last winter. It was right after Christmas when she came to my office. It was her wish that her efficiency would make this transition much easier for your family. Do not feel upset by the fact that she never discussed any of this with you. She had definite ideas concerning the way she wanted things, right down to the shoes she was to be buried in. I have her clothing, along with all last instructions, safe in my office. Irene just felt she might be influenced by her daughters and said to me many times that this was the one time she was going to be totally selfish. I'm sure you understand. God must have had good reason to allow her remaining days to be taken away from her in such a brutal manner, but for the life of me, I cannot make sense out of any of it. When the police release her body, please call the number on the card enclosed, and we will handle everything for you with the dignity Irene would have wanted and deserved. Be assured that we have had dealings with the press before in cases like this, and any person in search of a story will receive no cooperation from myself or staff. Your family's welfare is our only concern now. Respectfully, Raymond D. Schaefer, Grief Counselor. Carbon copy, Tessa Bauer. 6/17/97 to Charlotte Bauer from Campbell Cleaning Service. I'm hoping this fax will reach your attention quicker than a phone message or letter could. Due to a turnover in personnel, there was some confusion as to whether the job at your mother's house had been done. Had they known to check the files first, they would have found my letter to you confirming the cancellation of this job. This confusion resulted in 2 of our workers going to your mother's house this morning. They apparently found the keys to the house on my desk. I had not enclosed them in the envelope with your letter, fearing they would get lost, and decided to return the keys to you personally at a later date. Our people knocked several times. Using the keys is always our last resort. But when no answer came to their knocks or ringing of the bell, they let themselves in and proceeded directly to the upstairs bedroom to clean the murder scene. That was when they found your sister Tessa asleep. Not wanting to frighten her and surprised by what they found, they returned to the office and told me of their experience. After hearing what they had to say, I thought it best to pass the information on to you immediately. Apparently, your sister has made no effort to wash the room herself, as she told me she intended to do. In fact, my cleaners reported to me that she was curled up inside the taped outline the police had made when they found your mother's body. From where they stood, it was obvious that the carpet was still saturated because your sister was covered with blood herself. Her hair was matted with it. The inexperienced employee was very upset at the scene, and the other, who has been with us for more than 10 years, said he had never seen anything as upsetting as the sight of your sister peacefully sleeping in that room in the tape outline. I'm writing this, Miss Bauer, not to frighten you, but to alert you to the fact that your sister obviously needs help. I do not feel it is my place to contact anyone else regarding this very personal matter. I have used the fax number you gave me, the one at your home. I can only hope you will stop there for your messages before visiting your sister. Sincerely, Dimpna Campbell. Charlotte Bauer, P.O. Box 62, Marion, Illinois, Monday. Dear Lottie, someone was in the house this morning. I can just see you rolling your eyes at me. It wasn't my imagination. They were here. I heard voices and footsteps heading back down the stairs. They must have seen me sleeping and decided to leave. I was so scared. I just laid still until I heard them drive away. It was so frightening. I was more afraid than I was when Mom asked us to help her die. Oops. I know you told me to watch what I write. Lucky for me, I had the phone plugged when you finally decided to call. You didn't have to scream at me that way, though. I told you why I wanted the phone to stay quiet. Dr. Avery probably tried calling me 100 times to come in for my session, but you were right about me not going. It would have looked so cold. Oops, again. Ooh. Are you getting angry with me? Ooh, boo-hoo. I think all your worrying is a gigantic waste of time. Cleater was caught running away from the scene, for God's sakes. You got to go up to the big bad city to make sure he's coming back here for a trial because of all your connections and being the most important of the Bauer sisters. Everything's done. Why do they have laws against helping someone in such pain get relief anyway? I don't see how you can be involved with such lopsided laws. I will never understand how a jury would ever convict me, or you for that matter, for just trying to help our mother. It wasn't our fault that Cleater guy decided to break in and help himself to Mom's jewelry. She was so stubborn. How many times have we told her not to keep so much cash in the house? She wouldn't even lock her own front door half the time. The paper said he hadn't even been out of prison for a full hour. I wonder what made him head this way in the first place. And what were we supposed to do, I ask you, when we walked in to find that bastard beating Mom like that? And with a chair. Oh, what an animal. He probably thought he was going to make it clear up to Canada once he stole her car. Surprise! Chicago is still in the United States. Any decent, loving children would never leave their mother in such a state. But my hands are raw from the scrubbing. I feel so guilty, even if I was just pinching Mom's nose shut like you told me to. Do you feel badly for holding her hand over her mouth like that? Did you notice how she didn't put up much of a fight? I think it was her way of telling us she thought we were doing the right thing. Anyway, I know she would have suffered some sort of brain damage from that horrible beating. And she was slowly dying before that anyway, right? I miss her so much. Lottie, I'm afraid to leave here. I'm afraid I'll lose my memories of her if I don't stay close. I'm sending this to your private box at the post office. No one would dare open your mail. Don't worry. There are laws about invasion of privacy, and laws are always for our own good, right? Ha ha! Tessa. Western Union to Tessa Bauer, 5174 Hillside Road, Marion, Illinois, from Charlotte Bauer. Tessa, cease all attempts to communicate. Stop. Plan to arrive home tomorrow night. Stop. Don't talk to anyone till I get there. No one. Stop. 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 Dream catchers. The first time I saw Tommy Mason was the day my husband, Webb, paid $35 that we didn't have for the skull of a so-called Lakota Indian princess. Lakota princess? My ass. It was probably the skull of some tramp who ever cleared himself into the next world over where the hobo camp used to be. But a member of the local historical society brought it by and talked Webb into buying it. Supposedly because of the thinness of the jaw hinge, it had belonged to a female, and since there used to be a Lakota settlement near the railroad track, it could have been Indian too. Webb thought up the princess part, just dressing up the truth, as he put it. Well, he was good at that. For years he'd been weaving them dream catchers, webbed contraptions that hung over our bed and are supposed to catch nightmares. He tells people they're made by the Navajo and sells them for $10 apiece.
I was talking about Tommy, wasn't I? While Webb and his buddy were dickering over the price of Pocahontas, I was going over the monthly receipts from the museum. Originally, the museum was just Webb's collection of antique farm implements and arrowheads and Indian artifacts. But over the years, it grew to such a size that he finally hung out a sign on Route 54 and started charging passerbys $3.50 a head for a tour. To do the books, I sat at the kitchen table across from a window that looked out toward the road. Webb had put an 8-foot-tall wooden Indian out there holding a sign advertising the museum. We called him Tatanka after some pro wrestler Webb had seen on TV. Anyway, my eyes were starting to hurt from working in the poor light. I looked up and saw a ponytailed man straddling a big black Harley out near the road. I hadn't heard the Harley drive up, which must have meant that he'd been there a while. The guy just sat there and stared, eyes fixed on the house like a hawk looking into a pigeon's nest. Now I read the paper, and I knew things sometimes happen to people like Webb and me, living out in the boonies with a half-mile or so between ourselves and our nearest neighbor. Even though we'd been married 14 years, since I was 16, I still hated it when Webb left me alone. I always felt like something evil was just waiting to pounce. Sometimes I saw dark, skittery things out of the corner of my eye that turned out to be dust curls, or an owl would cry. And for just a second, I'd have sworn it was a woman screaming for help, and sometimes it sounded like me. So I leaned into the window and peered out at the man on the mean-looking Harley, and when he saw me, he smiled. Not the flushed, embarrassed smile of somebody caught peeping, but a cold, hungry smile like he knew something terrible about me that I didn't even know myself. About this time, I heard Webb call from the bedroom. "Tammy, honey, I gotta run into town later. I promised Faith I'd put that deadbolt on her back door." Rage scalded my throat, but I swallowed it back. It felt like I was swigging Drano. For the past 3 months, Webb had been playing knight in tarnished armor to local damsel in distress, Faith Quinn, a gawky little number with hair bleached white as flour, squinty little raisin eyes, and a Barbie doll's top-heavy bust line. She came here from back east, running away from a husband she says used to beat her. She needed an arm to lean on, a shoulder to cry on, a dick to ride. Lucky girl, Webb had all three. "You know how I hate being alone at night," I said as I walked back into the bedroom. Webb was bent over his desk, pricing some dream catchers and arrowheads and a few old-timey farm implements. At 51, he was considerable older than me, a big, slow-moving man who'd spent all his life in Buckland, Kansas. Webb had never laid a hand on me, not like my first man did way back when I was 16 and pregnant and didn't know my head from the hole between my legs. He took me in right after I'd delivered Bobby Lee's baby and given her up for adoption, and he'd never once spoken against me or held up my past to my face. And much as it hurt knowing he was cheating on me, I never said nothing direct. Just hoped it was something he'd get out of his system the way I'd gotten Bobby Lee out of mine. "Hon," I said, bending over Webb's desk, taking one of them damn dream catchers out of his hand so he'd look at me. "There's a biker out there giving this place the evil eye. Go out there and tell him to haul ass, okay?" "Probably looking at the Indian," said Webb. "He ain't looking at no Indian." "A customer, then." "He's a customer. Why don't he just come to the door and lay down his money like everybody else?" "'Cause the museum's closed now," said Webb. "Then what's he doing out there?" Webb shoved back his chair with his good hand and lumbered into the kitchen. His left hand only has 4 fingers, but that lost finger was a small price to pay, considering it got him a lifetime's disability from the factory. If he had to do it over again, Webb always said he'd shove that hand right into those moving parts, 'cause it was with the disability check that he started up the museum. "Okay, where's he at?" Webb said. "I'll have a word with him on my way out." But the man on the Harley weren't there anymore. He'd done what sometimes I wished I could do. He'd disappeared into the dark. It's been years since I remembered my dreams. Them dream catchers over the bed's been stealing them, I think. But that night, I had one I remembered. A motorcycle peeled rubber and roared through my brain. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it screaming across miles of highway from here down to Texas. I could feel the wind battering my face and tangling my hair. I rocked back and forth on the seat, pressed my crotch to the leather, and the orgasm reached down to my toes. I hadn't felt like that in a long time. Not in my sleep. Not years ago with Bobby Lee. Not with no one. When I was 15, I made love on Bobby Lee Jarrett's Harley, laying back with my head between the handlebars and my legs straddling the seat. Bobby Lee was a short, skinny dude with angry blue eyes and a way of unfastening his belt so you didn't know if he was just going to take down his pants or getting ready to give you a whipping. First time we did it on his Harley, I was more excited by the bike than by Bobby Lee, who always had paint spots on his T-shirt and dirt under his nails. Bobby Lee was all man, had such a bittersweet mouth. But the Harley had power and speed. It could take you to Texas and back in one night, into a whole nother world of space and speed and freedom. Oh, I had wild dreams back then, which Ma said weren't okay for a girl. I was headed for trouble, Pa said, if I didn't learn to like doing more women things. So I went and did something only women can do, which is to say, I got knocked up. And Bobby Lee, he left the day after I told him. Last I heard, he was doing time for shooting the clerk in a liquor mart. I had my little girl and put her up for adoption. Life went on. It was never the same. When Ma spoke to me, she sounded like she was greeting an out-of-towner at a church. Fake friendly and trying too hard. And Pa, he just wouldn't look at me. I felt like I was covered with sticky hot shame that no amount of I'm sorry's could ever scrub off. One effect having the baby and giving her up had on me. I settled down like everyone told me I should. My dreams unraveled, my desire for speed and for freedom, for all the things that had made me want Bobby Lee, disappeared like a mirage at the end of a burning hot highway. Then I met Webb, who knew about my past, but didn't judge me. In fact, he fell in love with me. Pa said I ought to be grateful, so I swore I'd be the best wife to him that any man could want. And it weren't until the summer I met Tommy Mason that I imagined I might be better off if something was to happen to him. The next day, when I walked to the mailbox, the man on the Harley was sitting there, waiting for me. He wore dusty, torn jeans and a T-shirt that once had been white, and boots looked like they might have been calfskin. He had one long leg up on the seat of the bike, real casual-like. I knew he was one of those men who are always at home in their bodies, who lounge around inside their skin like it was a comfortable old bedroom, instead of a slightly unfamiliar living room full of breakable things, the way Webb lived in his. "Hey, little lady," he said. "Pretty day, ain't it?" When I ignored him, he stuck out his hand and said, "Name's Tommy Mason, just passing through." "We'll pass on through some more," I said, as I pulled the light bill and an L.L. Bean catalog out of the mailbox. Tommy Mason grinned like I just told a joke. He unfolded those long legs and got down off the bike. He had a narrow fox face, eyes like coffee grounds, and his gray hair was pulled back in a ponytail that hung halfway down his back. Webb would have said he's one of them old hippies still reliving the 60s. "Whoa there, what's your hurry?" "I got things to do." "Well, so do I. I'll be heading on down to Mexico soon, little lady." "Don't call me little lady." "Then I'll call you Tammy. That's your name, ain't it?" He stepped in my way as I tried to walk past. He put his hands on my waist and tugged me toward him. I felt the shape of him inside his jeans. I could smell alcohol and tobacco on his breath. "Before I leave town, why don't you come on, go for a ride with me, just to ride up the road and back?" "How about a ride up the road and we don't stop till we hit the Pacific?" said that part of my mind that still looks to make trouble. What I really said was, "Get your hands off me," and I ran toward the house.
Later, I told Webb about part of it. Not the part where he touched me, not that. I was afraid somehow that would make me look guilty, and Webb would think I'd done something to encourage it. What I told Webb was this. That man on the Harley, he come round again, he scares me. Webb was fooling with his latest acquisition, an old-timey horseshoe remover with a vicious-looking spike at the end. I don't think you got to worry. Buckling ain't no hotbed of crime. He sounded so casual about it, made me feel like picking a fight. Another thing I've been meaning to tell you, I said. I want you to take them dream catchers down from over the bed. What for? They've been stealing my dreams. Your nightmares, you mean? No, I mean dreams, all of them. I don't think them dream catchers know the difference. I like the way they look over the bed, throwing shadows and all. And I remembered one of my dreams the other night, and I'd like to remember some more, so take 'em down. Well, hell, it's just a superstition, don't mean nothing. He grinned. I think you've been reading too many of them romance novels with those half-naked men on the covers. I sighed. I kept my romances hidden underneath the bed so Webb wouldn't know I read them. Didn't want him to know I even thought about that sort of thing. Them men on the book covers look like pretty girls. Is that what women go for these days? Webb, I wish you didn't have to make a joke out of everything. Makes life go smoother if you see a little humor in it. He gave me a fatherly pat and went back to his tinkering. Bet he didn't touch Faith Quinn like that. Funny how a motorcycle sounds in the distance, like a storm coming on, like something hot and electrical climbing the neck one bone at a time. I was outside watering the lawn. I could have run in the house when I heard it, I guess, but I didn't want Tommy to have the satisfaction of knowing he'd scared me. I was on my own property, minding my own business. Webb had gone into town on another trumped-up errand, but there was a hoe a few feet away and all manner of antique farm implements in the house that could strike a mean blow, so I decided to hold my ground. Tommy Mason roared up, cut the motor, and gave me a smirky up-down. He was wearing the same grimy T-shirt, and I checked out his arms. They weren't the python arms of a weightlifter or a wrestler, but they still looked powerful strong, like heavy cables were buried under the skin. What kind of museum is this? Read the sign. Who'd want to see Paleolithic Indian relics and antique farm implements? Tommy read pretty good, and I was surprised. For some reason, I'd expected him to read like a third grader with pauses to sound out the words. A lot of people stop by, I said sourly. People interested in historical stuff. Sounds about as exciting as watching weeds grow. Did I ask your opinion? No, ma'am, you did not. Then get back on your bike and go away. I could do that, said Tommy Mason. He leaned back, pulled out a cigarette and lit up. It smelled flowery sweet. Made me think about smoking grass back in high school. But what I'd rather do is for you and me to go for a ride. Come on, honey. Just a short ride. I promise I won't touch you, word of honor. He held up his long, dirt-streaked hands. I took a step back, looked him over. He had big, close-set brown eyes, devil's eyes, I thought. He hardly ever blinked, which gave his long face a half-crazed look. You think I'm afraid of you, don't you? Afraid ain't what it is, ma'am. What you are is horny. I smelled you half a mile away. You watch your damn mouth! But a thought went through my mind. Webb on his way to Faith Quinn's, seeing me flashing through town on the bike. Why, he'd just about drop his teeth if he saw such a thing. Maybe lose his hard-on for Miss Barbie. It'd shock him. And I hadn't done nothing to shock Webb our whole life together. Maybe that was the trouble, I thought. So what'll it be, you riding or not? Tommy said. I wanted to put my fist through his big donkey teeth, but instead I said, all right, you think you're so special, let's see. I slid onto the Harley behind him and put my hands on his hard muscled belly. My husband will kill me, I said hopefully. He'll kill us both. Well, once we got started, I was a lot more afraid it was Tommy Mason going to do us both in and not give Webb a chance. He drove that thing like a madman on speed. It didn't even turn toward the town, just blistered out into the desert, with me hanging on for dear life, knowing I was going to be raped and murdered long before Webb even noticed I was missing. We stopped out in the middle of nowhere. Tommy got off the bike. "Where the hell are we? I want to go back right now." Tommy started unzipping his jeans. "You touch me," I said, "and I'll rip off your balls." "I don't plan to touch you at all, ma'am," he said, as he took out his serious piece of equipment. He looked me up and down, hungry eyes, carnivore eyes. His hands started to move. I stared. I felt hypnotized. "If you won't take me, then I'll walk back to town." "Ma'am, I'll stop you if I have to," he said. "You don't want that, and neither do I. I want us to take this easy and slow, a nice build-up to our relationship, so just you watch while I take care of business." His hands started to move. I stared. I felt hypnotized. I couldn't help wondering what he would feel like inside me. The whole act took less than a minute, but it seemed like it went on forever. My head hurt, and my throat felt like I'd swallowed sand. The whole time, he never took his eyes off me. When he finished, he spurted at me and darkened the sand at my feet. He wiped at a few drops and brushed his musky-scented fingers across my lips. "Now that's a fine start, I think," he said. "We're getting to know one another. Next time we get together, I'll screw your brains out. Hop on, I'll take you all back now." That night at dinner, I wanted to say something to Webb, but I told myself he'd be so mad he'd go after Tommy himself, get himself put in jail and Tommy in the ground. Then I laughed at my own damn fool fantasy. Webb was about as likely to carry out a revenge murder as fly to the moon. "I heard a woman got raped over to Meade," I said. "Heard it over the radio. This man jumped out, opened his pants, and did himself right there in front of her." "That's it?" "Ain't that enough?" "Well, it's indecent exposure for sure, but it ain't rape. Anyhow, you know what they say. If you don't like what you see, just look in the other direction." Maybe she didn't have no choice. Of course she had a choice. Why was she looking anyway? Because she ain't seen a man as big and stiff as Tommy since she was in high school, and 'cause her husband's out fucking the town. Floozy, I wanted to say, but I held back. "Webb, what would you do if I told you I'd slept with another man?" He looked up from his lima beans, listening for once. "That depends, have you?" "No, but..." "Then why ask?" "Well, what if I did?" "I reckon I'll cross that bridge when I come to it." He pushed back his chair, stood up, and took his hat down from the rack. "I gotta go. Faith wants me to show her how to use mace." "You aim and press the fucking button, preferably pointing away from you. Jesus, the woman's an idiot." "She's scared." "I'm scared too," I said. "Please stay here tonight. Look, I know what's going on. You don't have to keep making up these dumb stories about deadbolt locks and mace. Damn me, you're fucking her, just admit it." He crushed his hat in his fist. "It's more than that." "Oh, right. Now you're going to tell me you're in love with her?" "No, I'm not going to say that. I don't think I do. It's just that she needs me. She's living over there in that trailer park, nervous as a cat. She's had a terrible time. Crazy ex-con of a husband used to beat the daylights out of her." "Well, maybe he had a reason to beat her," I said. "Maybe she was whoring around." "She isn't that kind of girl." "Like you know." "Stop it. I care about Faith. It feels good to know that she needs me. Plus, she fucks good, too. So help me God." "Well, you gonna stand there and tell me she don't?" Webb's shoulders sagged. "It's different than that. I get restless now and then, scared of getting old with nothing but a museum full of fake Indian stuff to show for it. My friendship with Faith, it makes my life lighter." "What about my life, Webb? How's it supposed to make me feel about my life?" "You weren't supposed to find out." I picked up my plate full of picked-over food and hurled it at his head. He ducked, and it slammed against the wall, leaving a greasy smear. "Not find out. Everybody in the damn county's been talking about it for weeks. I'm embarrassed to go into town." I hurled a glass and a bread plate. I wanted to hurt him. "I hate you, you cheating bastard. I wish you was dead." I'm sorry you feel that way, Tammy. I truly am. He looked away. Lock the door after me, will you? I did, but I left the window wide open. After Webb left, I splashed perfume on myself and went to bed naked, sweating under the sheet. The dream catchers rotating in the hot breeze threw spiderweb shapes on the walls. I fell asleep and dreamed I'd been in a motorcycle wreck. The rear wheel had landed across my throat. I couldn't breathe. Then I woke up and found Tommy's hand over my mouth and his legs between mine. When's that husband of yours get home? I looked at the clock. It'll probably be late. Good, we got time. He screwed me methodically, as though he'd performed the sequence of positions and acts many times in his head, turned me onto my stomach, spread my legs with his knees, rode me till I couldn't hardly breathe, and then went on from there doing everything I guess two people can do. I got dry and it started to hurt. I told him to stop, but he didn't. He just kept laboring away, panting and glassy-eyed like he was digging a ditch. When he was finished, he pulled on his clothes and sat on the edge of the bed, but he didn't look ready to leave. How'd you like to come with me, little lady? To where? Where the hell ever, I don't know. You're either drunk or you're lying. No, ma'am, I ain't. I just got one more thing to do here, and then I'm taking off. How about it? You ever been to Puerto Vallarta? I ain't never been nowhere. You know what it's like to ride a Harley down by the ocean, drink tequila, make love on the beach, watch the sun come up, and then do it again? Oh, it sounded like heaven, like one of those scenes in a romance novel. A dangerous man and a desperate woman, both of them sweaty and smelling of sex. Well, if we're going to do this, I said, we better go now before my husband gets home. That's what we're waiting for, said Tommy. He reached inside his jacket and pulled out a .22 Smith & Wesson. I got one thing I wanted, which was you, but I ain't done. Now all I gotta do is kill the son of a bitch who's been fucking my wife. Your wife? Bitch named Faith. She goes by her maiden name now, but that's all that's different. Still the same slut she always been. Killing Webb won't get your wife back. Don't want her no more. Anyway, I got you. He tugged at my hair. Don't I? I couldn't answer right off. Tommy ran his hand up my leg. Come on, honey. Don't you want what I have to offer? The open road, Mexico, making love on the sand. Oh, yeah, I wanted it. Bad. I know killing's a sin, but all I could think of was that Harley out there, the places it could take me, the world I could see. I felt a hunger so huge it took over my whole body and brought goosebumps to my skin. The sound of a gunshot will carry, I said. We can't take that chance. I went to Webb's desk and picked up the horseshoe remover by its spike end and suggested to Tommy it might be more efficient to use than his .22. He frowned. What is that thing? How the hell do I kill him with that? So I showed him. Oh, it's been a long time since I've had anything this big and hard and fast between my legs. A long time since I've blasted down a dirt road with the wind screaming in my ears and everything passing in a bright blur on either side. Right now, I wish I'd kept my baby girl, because some damn fool's probably already filled her head full of bullshit, telling her she can't take care of herself, that she needs a man. I could tell her different. If I'd held on to her, if I'd just known the truth. I hope Webb can forgive me. Before I left, I tore down his dream catchers, them damn things that have been eating up my dreams all these years. Then I kicked Tommy's body under the bed, along with my romance novels, and cleaned up the blood best I could. But there were still a few specks on the walls I reckon Webb will have to scrub out. I emptied Tommy's wallet, took the keys to the Harley, and a joint for the road. Made San Angelo by morning, and I'll be in Del Rio by nightfall. Oh, I can't wait to see Puerto Vallarta. A stone through a cloud. It started as a strange tickle, feeling almost like his soul itched. Lying in bed, Brandon Starling felt as though a frantic moth were trying to find its way out of his body. Then the moth grew. Sitting upright, he flung off the sheets while clutching his gut as though that would stop the sudden queasiness that suddenly began to grow there. Brandon slowly looked down at his 38-year-old body to witness a hazy film pour from his skin, seeping from every inch of his flesh. As he watched, the yellowish haze seemed to solidify and cocoon his limbs and torso, turning into a soft, spotted coat. Fur. He was sprouting fur. At that moment, he remembered the advice he had been given, advice meant to spare him from this very experience. Purify your soul, lest a great tragedy befall you and your people, Joe had said. Brandon's eyes, now green and cat-like, stared up at the ceiling as he recalled the last few days. He remembered first hearing about the creature he was turning into and not believing a word of it. I believe it now, Starling thought. Then his mind turned white-hot with pain, breaking the numbness that had preceded his ordeal. Torrents of ripping, tearing agony scalded his very soul, making it harder and harder to recall what the Korean man had told him only 2 days ago. 2 days ago, when Brandon Starling was happy, when he was content, when he was human. 2 days before, while carpooling with his best friend since high school, Brandon received some news that startled him out of his normally happy mood. "Your dad," said Carrie St. John from the seat next to Starling. "I'm afraid he's gone." "What?" He died last night, I'm sorry." "Well, for being a shrink, you really could have handled that a little better." "I apologize. I didn't know what else to say, and I thought you'd rather hear it from me than your secretary. I know you've never been too close to your dad, but, well, a telegram arrived with the bad news today, and she was just going to blurt it out before you left. Besides, I thought it'd be better if you heard it from a friend." Starling looked suddenly pale and sick. "Thanks, Care." Carrie, a slim English man with thinning brown hair, turned his observant psychologist's eye to his friend behind the wheel. "There's a man who wants to meet with you. He has something from your father. The telegram I intercepted from your secretary said to call him as soon as possible." Staring ahead with dry eyes, Starling nodded. "Oh, Brandon, I'm really sorry I told you like this. I just didn't want to put it off," said St. John as he rested a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Guess I left my bedside manner back at the office." "It's okay, Care," Brandon said while exiting the freeway to the suburb where both men lived. "You're right. Dad traveled a lot and we weren't that close." The rest of the trip was made in silence. Without having to be asked, St. John tagged along to Brandon's house. Although a grown man and successful sales representative, Brandon needed a friendly face around, and Carrie knew it. To put off the grieving process a bit longer, Brandon immediately dialed the number from the telegram bearing the day's tragic news. It was from a man named Suk-Ki Cho, who had also brought the late Jacob Starling's final gift to his son all the way from Korea. He answered on the first ring. After a short exchange of words that didn't even come close to a conversation, a meeting was arranged, and directions were given. Minutes later, Brandon and St. John were back in the car and on the road. "It's called a Bangyang spirit charm," said the Asian. Suk-Ki Cho was 55, with a solid Korean build and features that made him look like an athletic 40-year-old. He gently held the coaster-sized wooden medallion in hands that looked like they could easily crush it into splinters. Accepting the intricately carved medallion from the Korean, Brandon held it as if expecting it to jump up and bite his hand. "What does it do?" "You see, Mr. Starling," began Cho, who had treated Brandon like an old acquaintance while barely even acknowledging St. John's presence. "The Banyang people believe in the power of spirits, animal spirits." They believe different animals can do different things and be harnessed to work with people or against them. Cho paused just long enough to sip from the warm cola sitting on the table in front of him. The three had decided to meet in the lounge of the hotel where Cho was staying. Wanting to conduct his business and leave, the Korean hadn't engaged in 1 minute of small talk before diving into the task at hand. Your father was given this medallion as a gift for his services to the Banyang people. His medical skills saved many. You should be very proud, Cho smiled. Brandon's eyes looked to the floor as he gave a short nod. That medallion contains the spirit of the were-leopard. It is the most active of the beasts. Its purpose is to leave your body, taking part of your soul with it, fulfill your innermost desires. Sunjan couldn't hold himself back any longer. Wait a second. Are you saying he's going to turn into an animal like the wolf man? Not wolf, leopard. It comes from him, said the Korean. He does not transform. Oh, that's right. And what does it do? The psychologist asked. That is what I wanted to tell you, Mr. Starling, Cho said again, ignoring St. John. The leopard is the Banyang symbol for strength, ferocity, and power. It takes that part of you with it when it leaves you. For the first time since before the car ride home earlier that evening, Brandon smiled. Great, he said. Dad was a rich, globe-trotting doctor, and he leaves me this animal charm, instead of a real inheritance. That's just great. Your father left you a fierce spirit double to roam the earth while you sleep. This is better than money, the Korean pointed out while patting the object in Brandon's hands. But be warned, the spirit will act on your aggressions as well. Cho's hand touched Brandon's cheek in a fatherly gesture to bring Starling's eyes even with his own. Purify your soul, lest a great tragedy befall you and your people. That was in the past. Presently, the older man's warning echoed through Brandon Starling's mind as yellow, spotted fur shimmered round his body. The strange new coat, however, was not his own. That fact became painfully obvious to the man squirming on the queen-sized bed as the agonizing separation between himself and the fur's true owner began. Joe had told him the beast would take a piece of his soul with it. What he hadn't told him was that the piece would be mercilessly ripped from the very core of his being as the hulking, snarling spirit of the were-leopard clawed its way out of its physical host. Furiously slashing at the outside world while pulling itself into being, the beast tore away from the body of Brandon Starling, crying out with growls and shrieks that were dredged from the darkest corners of Brandon's soul. It left its host unconscious on the floor, passed out from the excruciating pain of separation. The were-leopard's body, being the same length as Brandon's, was just over 6 feet long. Every savage muscle was taut with anticipation. Every tooth glistened with saliva. The creature paced. It paced and planned. The Banyang symbol for strength, ferocity, and power picked a task from the chunk of Brandon's soul it had ripped off for its own, while letting out a deep growl from the back of its throat. Its next move decided, the leopard's body became ghostly and transparent, while the animal's leg shot its massive body forward, allowing it to pass directly through the wall of the house, like a stone through a cloud. Like a man possessed, it bolted to its destination. Like a beast enraged, it cried into the night. Beth Richter loved her husband, although the man was never overly romantic, overly successful, or even overly attractive. Charles Richter had what it took to keep her happy. Not just happy, but fully satisfied and content with her life for the last 8.5 years. Staring lovingly into his eyes over a cup of late-night coffee, she reached out to hold his hand. It was still warm from holding his Husband of the Year mug. "Charlie, you never did tell me. Did you get assigned that account you were hoping for?" "Yeah," answered Mr. Richter. "I had to do some dealing that I'm not too proud of, but I got it." What do you mean, hon? What aren't you proud of? Well, you know the other guy I was going against for that account? Beth nodded. I made some arrangements with the regional manager behind his back. It's just something that sort of tipped the deal for, like a stone through a cloud. The beast jumped through the kitchen wall, landing in front of the married couple. The leopard's snarl rumbled from its massive heaving chest. Tusk-like fangs jutted from the creature's mouth as it opened to let out a wildcat shriek. Frozen in the chill of naked terror, Beth Richter could only scream as her eyes widened to take in the unbelievable sight. Her voice attracted the were-leopard's attention as it materialized into solid form to take one swipe with its clawed forepaw. The blow caught her across the neck and face, opening her jugular vein and turning the woman's cry into a muted gurgle. The savage dismemberment of Charles Richter followed. In less than 5 minutes, the animal demon also destroyed most of the man's possessions, leaving his shattered belongings scattered among his own bloody remains. By the time the police sirens pierced the calm suburban air, the Banyang leopard had already pounced into the night and back into the body of Brandon Starling. Although he hated to admit it, Brandon felt great. He felt as if a great burden had been removed, as if a nagging pain had been silenced, as if some unfinished business had been taken care of. Starling didn't know what the business was, and he didn't care. He felt good, and at that time, that's what mattered. The feeling of rest and exhilaration was kept buried, however, by a troubled mind filled with visions of that horrible monster fighting its way out of his body the night before. Thanks to years of confiding in one another about the most intimate and painful details of their lives, Brandon soon got around to telling St. John about what had happened. At first, the psychologist didn't believe a word of it. Carrie just sat back in his chair and looked down at the plate of lunch in front of him. "Did you hear what happened to Chuck Richter?" he asked, to break the uncomfortable silence that followed Brandon's horror story. Starling sighed, frustrated that his own trauma could be so easily overshadowed. "I just got finished telling you that some animal jumped out of my body, and all you can think of is that bastard. That prick screwed me out of my big break. I don't give two shits about what happened to him. He's dead." Joe's voice echoed in Starling's head, retelling the leopard's duty to fulfill its host's darker desires. Brandon wished his competitor dead 100 times after losing that account. When Carrie related the grisly facts he heard on the morning news that Brandon had slept through, Starling suddenly lost his appetite. A wave of dread flowed over him as he pushed away the hamburger he had ordered when they first arrived at their favorite hole-in-the-wall diner a half hour ago. That leopard thing did it, Care. It killed Chuck and his wife. Even trashed his house, for Christ's sake. Calm down, Brandon. You're upset about your father. You're upset about this. And that Korean story put a scare into you. That's all. I'm a doctor. I've seen people get delusional when they're stressed beyond their limit. Having a parent die is one of life's biggest stressors. Coupled with the guilt you feel about your bad relationship with your dad, your mind used the leopard delusion as a way of striking out at one of your stresses, losing that account. Brandon wanted to believe St. John's instant diagnosis more than anything. What about the murders? It's a tragic coincidence, St. John said while reaching over to pat Brandon's shoulder. That's all. The idea of a leopard climbing out of his soul already seemed like a bad dream to Starling. That, combined with his complete trust in Carrie's words and expert experience, calmed Brandon's troubled thoughts, enough for him to grudgingly agree with the psychologist and his advice. Go home, Brandon. Go and rest. I'll set up an appointment with a colleague of mine who can help you work through all of this and give you a call tonight, okay? Yeah, okay. I guess that story about the medallion did give me the chills. I wish I could make that Korean guy take it back. I'll tell him you said that. Brandon looked up from his folded hands. What? When are you going to see him? Before we left the other night, he asked if I could drive him to the airport at, St. John glanced at his gold watch. 10 o'clock tonight. Yeah, all right, Brandon said, with worry suddenly kicking him in the gut. I'll go home and wait for your call about that appointment. At 10:30 on a Thursday night, the international terminals of Kansas City International Airport were normally dead quiet. Not this Thursday. Carrie St. John didn't even hear it coming. The attack of the massive cat fell upon the old Korean man he had been escorting as though the hand of God had struck him down. 1 minute, Carrie was making sure Suki Cho was going to the right terminal, and the next, the psychologist was covered in Cho's blood. Slashing and tearing with claw and fang, the leopard took Cho apart like a child ripping the wings off a fly. Carrie could do nothing but watch the gory spectacle, praying the beast would just leave after it was through. When not enough of the Korean was left to occupy the leopard any longer, it took one last bite from the carcass, looked around, and spotted Carrie standing by, still holding the victim's suitcase. Gliding across the floor in smooth, graceful steps, the leopard approached St. John, sniffing the man while letting out a slow, rumbling growl. Looking up into Carrie's face, it pounced. Instead of knocking the psychologist down, it passed right through him, like a stone through a cloud. The airport police, arriving about a minute after the leopard's first blow, were still too late to do more than clean up the mess. Officers shuffled Carrie away for questioning, only to release him when his fantastic story was confirmed by the terminal workers and security cameras. St. John left them to their own creative devices to explain the attack. He had too much on his own mind. Mainly that his friend wasn't just suffering from excessive stress. Starting that night, Dr. Carrie St. John officially believed in monsters. Some of the anxiety Brandon Starling had been feeling since awakening was instantly relieved when he saw his best friend standing at his front door. Carrie was alive and in one piece, calming Brandon's darkest fears. "Oh, thank God you're okay. Come in," Starling said while stepping aside to let Carrie into his home. St. John was pale and obviously shaken as he entered and took a seat. After downing the scotch offered to him, Carrie was finally able to calm down and talk with his friend about what had happened. "You saw it? You saw the leopard?" "Yes." Did it hurt, Joe?" The psychologist took a deep breath as the gruesome memories flooded back into his head. "It ripped him apart. Just tore him into pieces right in front of my eyes. I mean, what was left wasn't even a body. It was just a pile of meat." By the time Carrie was done retelling the entire story, Brandon was the one who needed a drink. "We have to destroy it," Starling said after sipping from the glass in his hands. "Obviously, the thing won't kill just anyone, but I can't purify my soul enough to never think bad thoughts about anyone." Brandon paused to mentally go over Cho's explanation of the medallion and its legend. "Wait a minute," said St. John, who had been doing the same mental replay of Cho's speech. "Supposedly, the animal does the bidding for whoever is given the medallion, right? Yeah. Well, let's give it to someone else." Starling thought about that for a moment and shook his head. "That would just pass on the problem. I think we should destroy it. The medallion, I mean. No. It's a spirit connected to whoever was given the medallion. I don't think that destroying it would destroy that connection or the spirit, but..." St. John nodded to himself as a smile crept onto his face. "I got it." When Jim Benton was given the strange gift from his psychologist earlier in the day, he was somewhat confused. First of all, he was not on such good terms with Dr. St. John that he would expect a gift from out of the blue. He and the doctor had never seen eye to eye on certain things. Mainly, Benton believed the 5 little girls he'd molested and brutalized had asked for what they eventually got. Dr. St. John didn't. He was also the only one to believe in his personal mission to punish all pretty little girls for tormenting him with their evil words, lusty stares, and warm young bodies. He knew he would never see the outside of the hospital again. However, because of that, he had a second mission: to free his soul from the sickeningly sterile prison, to free his mind from the constant torment he had endured since childhood, to free his spirit forever. A second mystery that troubled Benton's erratic mind was the exact purpose of the doctor's gift. Putting the medallion and his questions aside, Benton flicked off the light in the small hospital room, rolled over in his uncomfortable bed, and fell asleep, only to dream of the blessed relief that would someday come to him. Then the tickle started, almost as if his soul itched. Back in Brandon Starling's home, miles away from Jim Benton's hospital room, the 2 friends met again over drinks. "Well," said Brandon, "what did he say when you gave it to him?" "He really didn't know what to say. I still feel bad about doing this, but I think it will work out best for everyone." St. John thought about the horrible crimes his patient had committed and how, even though Benton didn't know it yet, soon the child molester would be able to continue his unspeakable mission. Scheduled to be released from the institution by a short-sighted criminal justice system. Starling shifted uncomfortably in his favorite chair. "I just don't see how giving that thing to one of your patients is going to help anything, especially to someone who's in that hospital. I mean, those guys are the real sickos, right? That's where they put the dangerous ones, the killers." Brandon nearly choked on his own words as he thought about the leopard doing the bidding of a madman. Jesus, Care. That monster could kill everyone in that place. What the hell were you thinking? Starling hadn't previously thought beyond the initial desire to just get rid of the medallion until now. "Relax, Brandon. I'm quite familiar with this patient. He does pose a physical threat, but it's more than you think." Miles away, Jim Benton was already passed out in his bed from the unbearable pain caused by the appearance of the were-leopard and its separation from its host. Dragging with it Benton's darkest desires, the beast stalked around the room, taking in its surroundings. "You see, he isn't just homicidal," said Dr. St. John to his good friend. "He's suicidal." Emotions, sensations, and desires coursed through the demon, driving him forward. They were the host's desires, Benton's desires, and they told him to kill. Stronger than the aggressions felt by Starling, the killing urge flowed through the beast to spill onto the hospital floor in the form of saliva dripping from bared fangs. Without wasting another second, the leopard demon pounced onto the unconscious man in the hospital bed. Claws buried themselves into Benton's flesh, while teeth ripped open his throat. As the leopard's host's life flowed from his veins in a crimson stream, the creature's body began to waver. When Benton's heart had beaten for the last time, the were-leopard lost its link to the realm of the living and ceased to be. Like a wild card in a magician's hand, the spirit vanished. Like a stone through a cloud, it fell back into the hell from which it was born.